This is Sham Kagod here. Now, before I start the discussion, if there is no issue with the sound, can you give me a thumbs up? Can you let me know that I'm audible? Either alphabet Y, alphabet yes, or YE yes, or a thumbs up. Done. Thanks a lot. Let's start. So, from today, we are going to start with a new subject, that is Indian economy. Now, whenever you study about the Indian economy, right, please understand this. First and foremost, for UPSC, that is Civil Services Examination, for both prelims as well as mains, you should know what's the syllabus. It's not that we should simply blindly go into the studies and realize that, okay, economy is a very, very vast subject, right? How much can you cover? How much can you not cover? Or you come to a conclusion, okay, I'll not be able to cover, etc. So keeping that particular factor in the mind, what are the important things that you're supposed to do? First and foremost, why Indian economy is important. Now, some of you are asking, sir, what is economy and economics? Don't worry, we'll understand. Everything we'll understand slowly and steadily. Today is the first day, not the last day. So, as and when we keep on discussing, we'll understand all the concepts which are relevant for civil services one by one. Now, why should you read economy? Why should you read it in the first place? Simple. Questions are asked in civil services. You can't run away from it. Lot of questions, both in the prelims as well as mains, will come from Indian economy. In the prelims, again, there is no distinction. GS paper is there. All the subjects are covered in the GS paper. But in the mains, please go through the syllabus. This is the first day. This is my recommendation to all of you. Please do two things. One, look at the syllabus. Please have a look at the syllabus at least, let's say, once in 2 days. Look at the syllabus, at least GS paper 3. So Indian economy is covered in the GS paper 3. On an average, around 4 to 5 questions, right, will come from purely economy. Right, so again, at least 4 to 5. In 1 year, it has been more than 6 also. In 1 year, it has been more than 7 also, etc. Then what about the prelims? What has been the trend in the prelims? You will realize that in the prelims, on an average, 15 questions will come. Sir, should we remember this particular number? Absolutely no. Please don't waste your time. All I'm trying to convey to you people is the subject of Indian economy is important. It is relevant. You are supposed to study this subject when you appear for civil services, both prelims as well as mains. Now, what is the syllabus? How many chapters should you study? How many areas should you cover, etc. Now, this is the list of the topics. This is the list of the topics. Some of you are saying, sir, your voice is breaking, your audio is breaking, your video is breaking. Please refresh the page. Refresh the page. There is a button like this at the top of the page. Please refresh the page. And second, if only audio is breaking, there is a button, fix audio. Fix audio. Please press that. Now, this is the list of the topics that you are supposed to study for Indian economy. Should you by heart the list? Absolutely no. And sir, right, I want the PPT. You will get the PPTs. Please do not be worried. Whatever PPTs I'm going to use in the classroom, 100% promise you will get the PPTs. Please do not worry. So this is the list of the topic. You will discuss concept of microeconomics. Today we'll start with microeconomics. Most of you will be worried about it. So certain concepts in microeconomics which are relevant for civil services, specifically in prelims. You generally don't get questions on microeconomics in the mains. In prelims we'll cover it. Then you'll have a discussion on GDP, gross domestic product. Then the discussion on inflation, the concept of a banking, why RBI is important, right? What does RBI do? What is monetary policy? What is the impact of monetary policy on the overall economy, right? Then what is a budgeting exercise? Why does government conduct budgeting? How does government get money? Where do they spend? What is finance commission, etc., etc., etc. Okay. Then we will cover the financial market. What is stock market? What is bond market? right? Why government issues bonds? Why does companies issue bonds? Right? What has happened to Adani's issue? Some of you might have read about it, will be still confused, etc., etc. So have a look at this. Financial markets. We'll also have a discussion about international trade. Right? For example, in today's newspaper, there's one article. Right? Today's newspaper, by the way. Right? Australia wants to have a trade deal, or let's say expand the trade discussion, have a bigger trade deal with India. What is this idea of trade deal? Why does government enter into trade deal, etc., etc.? And here is a very important point. This is just a syllabus. Do not worry about the stock market. Do not worry about bond market now. I hope you understand this. Even if you ask, I will not start discussing those. Please don't ask those questions right now. I'm just telling you the syllabus. Should you be worried about what is the stock market right now? My dear, we will discuss it separately. Have patience. Right? Then what is exchange rate? Right? What is the side of a free trade agreement? What is appreciation? What is depreciation? Right? What is this capital account, current account under the balance of payment? Right? What is the BOP crisis? What is happening in Pakistan? What is happening in Sri Lanka? Can we connect it with what we are learning in the classroom, etc., etc.? Then we'll also have a discussion about agriculture sector. Right? What is this idea of a MSP, minimum support price? I'm pretty sure all of you have come across it in the newspaper. Don't worry, we'll cover it. Don't have a heart attack early morning. Right? Tomorrow you need to celebrate Holi also. Keep that in mind. So do not have a heart attack right now. I'm not discussing anything. I'm simply telling you what we will discuss in the next 20 plus classes. Right? So what is this MSP? Right? Why does government announce MSP? How many crops are there on which MSP is announced? Is it good? Is it bad? Is it constitutionally protected? Etc. etc. Right? What is warehousing? What is storage? What is food processing? What is National Food Security Act? Why did Government of India announce Pradhana Mantri Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana? Why did it simply merge it with NFSA now? All of these concepts will cover under agriculture. Then we'll also have a discussion on subsidies. Right? What is a subsidy? Why does government provide subsidy in the first place? Right? What are the different types of subsidies? Should the government target some of the beneficiaries, or should simply give it to everybody in India? If they give it to everybody, what is the problem? If they want to target, what is the issue here? What is a reform such as a direct benefit transfer? What is this idea of a e-rupee? I'm pretty sure you've heard of this, e-rupee. Why government is proposing it? What is its importance? Are there any constraint regarding that? What is a World Trade Organization? How it is connected to agriculture subsidies, etc., etc., etc. Okay, right? Then industries and services. At the classification of MSME. What is a service? Why MSMEs are important? Why very recently we are discussing about the globalization reforms in India? Right? What is the importance of the services? What are the constraints regarding this? Why service sectors has grown in case of India in the last 2.5 decades? All these. In addition to this, what is Make in India? I'm pretty sure you've heard of it. What is Make in India? What is a Startup India? Right? Why is the government of India promoting these kinds of, right, let's say reforms? What is the importance of it? Are there any problems with such reforms, etc.? Then we'll have a discussion on infrastructure investment models. Infrastructure and investment models. For example, road infrastructure. Right? All of you heard of Delhi-Mumbai Expressway? Heard of it? You should have read about it because it was there in the newspaper. But at least you have heard of it. Somewhere while sleeping, somebody would have put on the radio, or it was being announced in the, let's say, news, etc. What is the importance? Why does government keep on promoting these kinds of road infrastructure? Right? Port infrastructure, railways infrastructure. Right? What is the importance of all of it? Right? Let's try and understand it. And again, don't have a panic attack. Later. It's not now. Later. Okay. Then we'll have a discussion on concept of special economic zone, foreign direct investment. Can I give you a connection here? There was recently, there was a discussion about Foxconn. How many have heard of this? Is it relevant for UPSC? No, UPSC will not ask you about Foxconn, right? It's basically one of the companies which is associated with Apple company, right? They manufacture Apple products, right? Foxconn has announced to invest and set up an Apple manufacturing plant in Telangana. Although there was a fight, there was a confusion whether they will set up in Karnataka or Telangana. They have clarified they will go ahead and set it up in Telangana. Even in today's newspaper, it is there. So that is basically an example of FDI. Again, don't worry. What is FDI? Later we'll understand. So what is FDI? What is FPI? Is there any difference between FPI and FII? Right? What is this idea of a special economic zone? Right? The public-private partnership, etc. All these are the areas that we will cover under the concept of investment models. And once we are done with all of this, finally, we'll have a discussion about inclusive growth. What is the idea of inclusive growth? In addition to inclusive growth, we'll also have a discussion on employment. Don't you think, looking at the current situation in India, employment is important, or the concept of employment is important, right? What is this idea of a jobless growth? What has the government of India done to promote employment generation in India, etc., etc. Right? After this, we'll also have a discussion about IMF, International Monetary Fund. So this is the list of the topics we are going to cover, right, in the next 20 plus topics. Sir, is it covering mains? Yes. This syllabus that we are going to cover, it is for prelims as well as mains. It is for prelims as well as mains. Sir, any book which is going to cover all of it, very difficult. Very, very difficult. Is there only one book which will cover all of this? Absolutely no. And for example, we have given a book. Please use that as a reference book. As a reference book. Please use that as a reference book. Now, this is a list of the topics. Don't worry, we'll cover one by one. What are the references? I'm pretty sure all of you have gone through the subject of polity. I'm pretty sure the subject is divided into two parts, right? And these terms would have been hardwired into your brain by now. That is, subject is divided into static portion and dynamic portion. Okay, static and dynamic. Static means what is there in the book, what we will discuss in the classroom. And dynamic is obviously the current affairs part. So covering static portion, this is my recommendation to all of you. Many of you are asking me, sir, I'm a newcomer in the sense of studying economics. I'm a fresher in that. This is the first time I'm hearing the term economics. What should I do? For those kind of students, my recommendation will be start with NCERT books. Please start with NCERT books. Right? How many books? There are 4 books. If you can read these 4 books, more than sufficient. And these are not very, very big books also. Right? Not 700 pages, not 800 pages, hardly around, let's say, 70 or 80 pages like this. Right? So one is class 9th, economics, class 10th, understanding economic development, class 11th, Indian economic development, and class 12th, macroeconomics. So those who feel economics is very difficult, I'm not able to understand even after reading multiple books, then start with NCERT. And trust me, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with starting with NCERT books. Because I hope you understand this. There are students from different backgrounds. Someone will be from science background. Somebody is from arts background. Somebody is from some other background. Perfectly understandable. And that is the requirement in a UPSC. All you need to have is a graduation. That's it. Which graduation doesn't matter. Many of you simply say, sir, I was afraid of calculation. That's the reason I took arts. There will be many people. And again, don't take it as a personal attack. Don't say, how come you're basically, right, accusing me of running away from calculations. Absolutely no. There are certain students who will say, sir, mathematics, right? Nothing will get into my head. So that's the reason somehow I scraped through the PUC. Then I entered into arts background. Doesn't matter. That is the reason. Understand this very carefully. This is a first class. I'm telling you this. Will UPSC ask you calculations in GS paper 3? Answer is no. Is it okay? Is my statement okay with all of you? Will UPSC ask you calculations in GS paper 3? That is economy. Indian economy paper, will they ask you calculations? No. At many points of time, just to make you understand the concept, I will show you the calculation. But trust me on this, and I know some of you will never trust me. In that case, please have a look at the last 5 years question papers. Have a look at the last 5 years question papers. Show me one question where they asked you, again, Indian economy, a calculation. Some of you will take my word and say, sir, see, in CSAT paper, they asked me calculation. You are wrong. I'm not talking about CSAT paper. I'm simply talking about Indian economy. So Indian economy, either you talk about prelims or you talk about mains. They will not ask you calculations. Trust me on this. Do not by heart calculations and don't waste your time. Point number 1. Second point, will they ask you all the data? Will they ask you all the data? For example, I'll give a very simple example. Today, Hindu newspaper. Open the Hindu newspaper. Go to central page. Lot of graphs are given. Lot of graphs related to Indian economy. How much has been the consumption in India? How much has been the expenditure in India? Right? What has happened to this? What has happened to that? Etc. 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 Many of you look at those 6 graphs and have a heart attack. And many of you have already started asking me. Do not worry, we will cover it later. The concepts will cover. Graphs are not relevant for UPSC, those graphs. So argument is, should you by heart all the data? Should you keep on simply mugging up every day morning before 6 o'clock? 6 o'clock the class will start. You will wake up at 4:30, right? Brush and start by hearting. GDP, 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 1950 was this much. GDP right now is this much, right? NDP is this much, this much. Please don't waste your time. Absolute waste of your time. What is relevant, right? Focus on that. And what needs to be by-hearted, I will only tell you. Trust me on this. I will only tell you simply by-hearted, I'll say. Why? To understand that, let's say there is a concept. Don't have a heart attack now, I'll write something. There is a concept called as NEER, REER. Do not ask questions on this. I'm not discussing concepts here. I'm simply telling you a point. There are 2 concepts, NEER, REER. Now, if you want to understand these concepts in detail, you need to take up optional books. Optional books. And trust me, optional books are not small books. These are generally heavy books, 1000 pages, 800 pages, 900 pages, etc. Now, simple question to you. If you want to write, let's say, a GS paper 3 in Indian economy, should you read optional paper for the economics? Answer is no. You do not have to read it. You don't have to look into optional papers. That is not required for you people. That's the reason when I come to this, I'll simply say, do not worry about calculation. Don't enter into conceptual understanding of detail of NEER, REER. Simply by heart, what does it mean? And I'll give you a current affairs example. Try to make you understand through a current affairs example. That's more than required for civil services. Some of you will say, no, sir, I want to study it. I want to learn it. Then suddenly I'll show you the formula for both NEER and REER. And some of you early morning will have a very mild heart attack because integration is involved. Calculus, one of the dreaded areas, right? One of the most dangerous areas for at least some of you. Some of you will say, I know that. Some of you will say, sir, I love calculus. Great. Some of you will say, sir, what is this? I will show you the symbol of calculus like this. Some of you will have, right, slowly and steadily, right, pain in the chest. Right? Don't worry. Will UPSC ask you integration? Absolutely no. Do not waste your time there. So that's the reason. Argument is simple. Argument is very simple here. Should you by heart all the calculations? Should you by heart, right, the concepts, all the concepts, right, for UPSC? Absolutely no. Then if you do that, one, you will take around 4 to 5 years to study economics. Around 4 to 5 years to study economics. And second, congrats, you become an economist. Pakka, you will become an economist, right? I don't know about other subjects in UPSC, but you will become an economist and you can directly apply for other jobs in Government of India. Forget about UPSC, you can directly apply for other jobs. Done. So these are certain important pointers I just wanted to make. Okay, now NCERT books, if your fundamentals are very, very weak, right, very, very weak, start with NCERT books. Apart from this, we also have given a book, institution book. Please read that, use it as a reference material. Reference. I hope you understand the term reference. I hope you understand the term reference. Use it as a reference material, right? And you also have a tablet, not the other one, right? The Samsung or whatever tablet is there, please use that, right? So use the reference book. You use only one reference book, more than sufficient, right? So understand this very carefully. Use only one reference book, more than sufficient. Because I'll tell you a very simple idea. Day after tomorrow, right, we'll start with a discussion on a concept called as gross domestic product. Not today, day after tomorrow. Now you can read 100 books, they will define the gross domestic product in the same way. Right? Rather than using the term same way, you can say similar way. Somebody will start from here, somebody will start from here, somebody will start from here. But ultimately, all of them will tell you the same thing about GDP. So do not by heart or do not refer to more than one reference book. Waste of your time. Use one reference book. Point one. Point number two, any book that you're using, for example, the book that is given to you, you do not have to read from the first page to the last page. You do not have to read from the first page to last page. Not at all required. Not at all required. All you need to do is focus on certain important concepts, read it. Right? For example, we'll discuss certain concepts. Don't worry, we'll start. We'll discuss certain concepts, read it, that's more than sufficient. Sir, why should I not read the complete book? For a very simple reason. The reference book, you take up any reference book, it will be at least 500 pages. It will be at least 500 pages. Right? Any book for that matter. All those 500 plus pages are not relevant for civil services. That's the reason, please do not read the book completely, not necessary. What we discuss in the classroom, use the book to revise. But more importantly, this is where I cannot emphasize enough with you people. Update your current affairs. This is where I'll be very, very upfront with you. Update your current affairs. As many sources as possible, please use it. Please use this. You want to use multiple sources here? I am the first one to tell you, please go ahead. If you want to use multiple sources here, I'm the first one to say stop. You're wasting your time. Right? Why? Concept is simple. Take up the question papers in the civil services. You will realize that lot of questions that they will ask you in prelims as well as mains will be current affairs based. Is it okay? It will be current affairs based. Right? It is not going to be static based. Here and there, one or two questions will come from static. I'm not saying they will not ask from static. All I'm saying is they will ask you mainly from current affairs. Mainly from current affairs. In that context, how can you prepare for current affairs in economy? One, you can read newspapers regularly. Read newspapers regularly. Sir, I can't read I cannot read the newspapers regularly. Then have an alternative for it. Have an alternative. Doesn't matter what source you are going to use, doesn't matter. For example, sir, I watch your videos. Great. I'm happy for you. Sir, I read magazine. Great. Read magazine. At least ensure that you will read magazine like a ritual. Make it a ritual without fail, without exemption. Read the magazine. Right? So, monthly magazine or daily newspaper, my recommendation is use both of it. Use both of them. Right? There should not be any miss here. Use both of them. Right? Sir, why should I read both? You have read the newspaper every day. Just to consolidate that, you are reading the magazine. And trust me when I say this, sometimes when you read newspaper, and I'm pretty sure all of you, right, the favorite newspaper for all of you is Hindu. I hope you understand. For most of you, your favorite newspaper is Hindu. I know that. Right? Whether you, some of you will say, sir, it is not my favorite. Agreed. Right? Some of you will say, out of compulsion, I'm reading. Great. Either Hindu, Indian Express, doesn't matter. My only grievance or concern regarding the preparation strategy that you people follow is either you read Hindu, most of you I know you read Hindu, or you read Indian Express. My only grievance regarding this is because you read only one newspaper like this, National Daily, you may not be able to cover all the important economy related articles. I hope you understand my grievance here. Right? Because you are reading only one newspaper, National Daily, you will not be able to cover all the important current affairs articles. Sir, what do you mean by that? I'll give a very, very simple example. Very, very simple example. In the last 2 or 3 days, these are certain important current affairs which have appeared in different newspaper, not so much in Hindu. For example, Hindu rate of growth. Hindu rate of growth. Again, I expect them to cover it in the coming days, but so far, right, this term Hindu rate of growth was there in the newspaper, or let's say current affairs, for last 3 or 4 days. They have not covered this. Is my statement okay with you? Right? One is Hindu rate of growth. Second one is Nano DAP. Nano DAP. The idea of a concept of Nano DAP. Not touched. Here and there mentioned. But what is the advantage of a Nano DAP? Why it is required? Etc. etc. I'll give you third one. Per capita incomes. PCI. Per capita incomes. Again, if you have not read, don't worry. Don't worry. Some of you are saying, sir, it was there in Hindu. My dear, what I'm trying to tell you, understand this. It was covered. But tell me, based on that coverage, will you be able to answer the questions in civil services? I hope you understand this. Okay? Right? Will you be able to answer the questions? Right? That is my concern there. Right? Per capita income, etc. I can keep on listing the articles, but that is not the scope of the class here. We'll get back to current affairs as and when we cover the concepts, don't worry. So that's the reason my recommendation to you people will be, if possible, please read one more newspaper. Not completely, one more, or let's say at least read it in the website. Any business newspaper. Right? I hope you understand my statement. I'm not promoting any one brand here. Any one of the business newspaper, let's say around 15 minutes a day, please contribute. Right? Please contribute, or let's say please dedicate out of your full 24 hours, 15 minutes, try to read these kind of articles which have appeared in different newspapers or different business related websites. Because yes, UPSC will ask you these kind of questions. Is it okay? right? UPSC will ask you this kind of questions only. Done. So this will take care of the static portion plus dynamic portion. Okay. Now, can we start? Can we start? We have discussed the syllabus, we have discussed the references, etc., etc., etc. Can we start now? Any problem so far? Okay, let's start then. We'll have a discussion regarding introduction to economics. Sir, can I read Times of India? My recommendation to you people will be stay away as far as possible from Times of India. Again, I don't have anything personally against them. I hope you understand my statement, right? Before you jump to a conclusion, sir, you are anti-India. No, I don't have anything against Times of India, right? Why? Because Times of India more of a, let's say, publication which will focus on other issues, not those issues which are relevant for civil services. That is the precise reason. Okay, done. So which newspaper for business is best? My dear, all of them are good, right? You can use Business Line, you can use Mint, you can use Business Standard, you can use Financial Express. There are multiple newspapers. You can use any one of them. Don't read all of them. Don't read all of them, right? Some of you, I know, the moment I started listing out newspapers, you started jotting them down, right? So that you'll start reading all of them. If you do all of it, you will not be able to cover anything else except economics. That is a precise reason. Anyone, and not more than 15 to 20 minutes. I don't recommend more than 15 to 20 minutes. Because, for example, if you take a newspaper such as Financial Express, around last 10 pages will be all numbers. Stock market, that market, this market, that market. Don't read that. Not at all required for UPSC. Hardly, let's say, 2 or 3 articles which are relevant for Indian economy will be there per day. So that's a reason. Don't read every newspaper, not required for civil services. Okay, sir, which magazine? Why not Byju's magazine? On monthly basis, we are publishing the magazine. Why not use it? Use it, because we have got a lot of coverage of all the articles which are relevant from all the subjects. Okay, let's start. Let's start. Introduction to economics. Now, what are we going to cover? In this, what are we going to cover? We'll start with definition of economics. Again, don't by heart, UPSC will not ask you definition of economics. Just to introduce you to the world of economics, I'll teach you. What is this micro and macroeconomics? What has been the evolution of economy? Evolution of economy. 4 factors of production, law of demand, law of supply, market equilibrium, types of goods classification. Then we'll have a discussion on elasticities, savings, investment and capital formation, and finally the questions. Okay, let's start. What is the definition of economics? How do you define economics? Thousands of definitions are there. I'm taking one definition. It is basically the science which deals with human behavior in relation to scarce means and ends. Right, I'll explain this. Follow this carefully. What is economics? It is a science which deals with human behavior in relation to scarce means and ends. What do you mean by this? Let's start now. There's a term called as resource. There is something called as a resource. In economics, resource means any input that can be used for production purposes. I'll repeat it. Any input that can be used for production purposes. Sir, what do you mean by that? I'll give a very simple example. Right? Remember examples, it is easier to remember subject. All of you can see the bottle in my hand. To manufacture the bottle, will you require certain inputs? Of course, the answer is yes. To manufacture the bottle, you'll require certain inputs. For example, I'll write one of them here, steel. I'll write one of them, steel. In simple terms, steel is nothing but a resource. In simple terms, steel is nothing but a resource. Right? Can we say labor? To manufacture this bottle, we will require labor also. Labor is also a resource. Labor means employees. We will require machines. Machine is also a resource. So argument is simple here. Whatever you can use, right, whatever you use for production purposes, this is generally referred to as a resource. Now, next important question, and whenever I ask a question, please participate. And I will not ask you difficult questions. I will not ask you, tell me what is the GDP value of India. No, I don't expect you to have read it. I will teach it later. So, simple question. How many of you think the resources that we have are unlimited? Whatever resources we have are unlimited. How many of you say, yes, sir, you are right. We have unlimited resources. Right? Unlimited, it will be wrong. Can I simply say, we have limited resources? We have limited resources. Some of you are saying, yes, sir, we have unlimited. No, we don't have unlimited resource. For example, steel. Look at the example I've written. Do you think we have unlimited amount of a steel? No, we have limited amount of steel. Once you mine out completely whatever is there in the earth, where is going to be the supply of steel? Human labor, right? That is employees. You have unlimited supply of employees? No. Or another best example, money. Right? Another best example is money. How many of you say we have unlimited amount of money? Absolutely no. Right? We have limited amount of money. So understand this. First point, resources are used for production purposes. Point number two, whatever resources we have, these are not unlimited, these are limited resources. Now, how do we use the resources? Can I use the term scarce resources now? Let me know. Scarce means limited. Right? I hope you understand. Scarce means limited. Right? So we have limited resources. Now, how do we use the limited resources? The study of that, it is called as economics. Is it okay? I'll repeat it again. Because we have limited resources, how do we utilize the limited resources? The study of that is called as economics. Now, please focus on the discussion. Is this live class? It is not live class. My dear, focus on the discussion. Right? Because I for a fact know, if you type, you will not listen. Listen. Don't start typing. You have a legitimate doubt? Type it. I will answer it. So I'll repeat the definition here. I'll repeat the definition. The resources that we have are limited. Right? Point number one. And second point is, how do we utilize these resources? Because please understand this. The steel that you can use to manufacture the bottle, can we use the same steel to manufacture, let's say, railway coaches? Done? Any doubts here? Please do let me know. Can we use the same steel to manufacture railway coaches? Can we use the same steel to manufacture a car? Right? Possibilities are there. But the problem here is, if I use, let's say, half a kg of steel to manufacture this bottle, now that steel will not be available for manufacturing of car. That steel will not be available for making utensils, etc. So argument is, because we have scarce resources, how do we utilize the resources to meet certain requirements, to manufacture and supply to the market? That study is called as economics. The study of scarcity. Scarcity means limited amount of resources. How the allocation is done, what is to be produced, all of that study is referred to as economics. Any problem with the definition? Any problem with the definition? Right? Please do let me know. Sir, what about unlimited resources? My dear, you tell me. Will you be worried about sunlight? Right? From morning, let's say 7 o'clock till afternoon, sunlight is available to you. Will you be worried? Will you budget all of it? Again, please understand the logic here. Right? So whenever you talk about economics, it's always about scarcity. It's always about limited resources. Because the resources are limited, how do we use it? I'll give you a simple example. Think of it now. We are on the 7th of March. Today's date is what? 7th of March. Now tell me, understand this. Now tell me, on the 1st of March, most of you received salary. Most of you have received salary. Now, once you receive salary, some of you will behave as if you are relatives, or let's say you are actually Mr. Mukesh Ambani. I hope you understand. Those who have received salary, right? So those who have received salary on the 1st of March, you behaved as if you are Mr. Mukesh Ambani. That is, you will order food on Swiggy, right? You will go to movie, right? You will eat popcorn in the movie. You will waste some of it. You will get it parceled, etc., etc., etc. But don't you think at one or the other point of time, you will realize that, okay, I have so much amount of money left, and so many number of days are still there before I receive the next salary. I hope you understand this, right? For example, some of you will start doing now. 23 more days are there. I have X rupees. Will I be able to manage these 23 days with X rupees or not? Now, will you not start allocating the funds correctly? Correctly in the sense, most of you will say, I will not travel by Ola. I will go by metro. Or some of you will simply say, forget about metro also. I will use local buses now. I will use carpooling, etc., etc., etc. Rather than ordering on Swiggy, some of you will simply say, forget about Swiggy. Uninstall Swiggy now. Uninstall Zomato also. I'll start cooking at home only. I will eat 2-minute Maggi noodles, etc. Now, simple question, why? Why are you doing this? Right? Is the answer very simple to this question? Because you have limited amount of money. Because you have limited amount of money. That is nothing but a resource. The resources that you have are limited. You would want to purchase X. You want to spend on Y. You want to go to Dubai trip, etc., etc., etc. To achieve all of it, it's not sufficient. The amount of resources you have are not sufficient. So what we do? It is basically the application of economics. Study of behavior. Study of behavior when there is scarce resources. That is basically the definition of economics. Done? Now, whenever you talk about economics, we divide the economics into two parts. One is called as a microeconomics. Second one is macroeconomics. One is called as a microeconomics. Second one is macro. Now, just to remember it easily, remember this. Macro means big picture. Is it okay? Macro means always look at the big picture. Big picture means, summation of everything. Whereas a micro means you are looking at a very, very narrow region. For example, you would have heard of microscope. At least those science background students will be very happy today. Sir, finally something that I've used in my, let's say studies, you are using that term. Microscope, right? What is the idea of a microscope? You want to look at everything in a detailed manner, right? So that's the idea. Again, is it required for civil services? Absolutely no. So just the idea is important. Macro means big picture, right? You are looking at everything. Micro means you are looking individually at something. Now have a look at this. Microeconomics generally focuses on individual units, right? Microeconomics is focusing on individual units, right? What is this individual unit I'm talking about? Let's take a simple example. Let's take a very simple example. Imagine here is a country. Here is one country. And before going forward, some of you are asking, sir, what is economics? What is economy? What is economics and what is economy. Right now, what is economics? Economics is a study. Is it okay? Economics is nothing but a study. And what is economy? Economy simply refers to a country. Is the logic okay? Please do let me know. What is economics? Economics is a study. It's a study of human behavior. And when you use the term economy, for example, in current affairs, you'll come across statement like this. Indian economy has grown by this much. Indian economy has crossed, right, or has overtaken Britain's economy. So what are they referring to? They are simply referring to a system, right? System here basically represents a country, right? Let me know if you have a problem with any of these. Economics is a study of human behavior, whereas economy is referring to a system, a country, a particular region. Now come to this. Imagine here is a country, and just to make it easier, imagine in this country there are 10 houses, right? There are 10 houses, right? Let's say house A or house 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Right? I hope you understand this. Imagine there is a country here, and in this country there are totally 10 houses. Now when I say macro, I'm not referring to only one house here. I'm not referring to even 2 houses. What I'm referring is total of 10 houses. Is it okay? When I use the term macro, I'm not referring to only one house here. I'm referring to totally all the 10 houses. So I said whenever you talk about big picture, that is totals always, sum of everything, you cover it under the concept of macroeconomics. Now some of you will ask me, sir, what are you referring to when you say 10 houses? For example, how much total goods are purchased by all the 10 houses? What is the demand for all the goods, right? From all the 10 houses, what is the demand? Second, how much is the total income earned by all the houses? Possible? Right? I'll simply collect the data. In house 1, how many people have jobs? What is their total salary? House number 2, how many people have jobs? What is their salary? In the same way, I will do it for all the 10 houses. Now, is it possible for you to collect total income generated by all the 10 houses? How many people in the whole economy are employed? How many people in the whole country are employed? Possible? Of course, yes. So understand this. Whenever I use the term macroeconomics, and that is important for you, trust me, this is important. Macro is important, not micro. Macro totals, sum of everything in a country. For example, in case of India, what is the total income earned by everyone? Important, right? That is basically GDP. We'll understand it later. What is the total demand for goods and services? Right? That is basically referred to as aggregate. You will come across the term aggregate here. Aggregate means total. Is it okay? Do not be confused. Aggregate refers to the total. Aggregate demand, aggregate supply, aggregate incomes, right? All of this basically is the study under macroeconomics, right? All of these are studies under macroeconomics, and that is what we are going to mainly discuss in the classes here. Total exports are done from India. Total imports done into India. Total manufacturing done in India. Right? Total production of all the goods and services done in India. So macroeconomics. Any difficulty? Now can I focus on microeconomics? What is this microeconomics? Whenever you study individual units, not the sum total, individual units. Sir, what do you mean by individual units? Let's say you're focusing only on one house. You're not focused on all the houses. You're focused only on one house. Now you will study in this house number 1, how many people are employed. Only in house number 1, how many people are employed. How many goods are demanded. That is, what kind of a goods will be purchased by house number 1. Right? What kind of services are purchased by the house number 1. So whenever you focus on the individual units, not the sum total, not the total economy, whenever you focus on the individual units, for example, this company, how much employment it has generated, how many goods have they produced, how much services are they supplying, what is their income. When you study individual units, that is called as a microeconomics. When you study the sum total of everything, the aggregates in the economy, that is called as macroeconomics. Any difficulty in understanding what is micro and what is macro? Now, simple question to you people. Any difficulty, please do let me know. But before that, listen to my question. Whenever you read newspapers, you tell me, in the newspapers, will they discuss macroeconomics or not? I hope you understand. Whenever you read newspapers, do they discuss macroeconomics or not? Most of it is macroeconomics. And someone will say, sir, but they discussed Adani. That's basically a part of micro. Concept is irrelevant. Don't read about Adani. I hope you understand this. Right? Many of you simply say, sir, I started reading how many companies are there under Adani. Right? Because it was there in the newspaper. I read, right, how many owners are there. I read how much money they have borrowed, etc., etc., etc. That is not relevant for UPSC. You are simply wasting your time. Not at all relevant. So again, have a look at this. What is the definition? My dear, first line itself is the definition. The first very line in this table is the definition. Microeconomics is a study of individual units in the economy, whereas a macroeconomics is a study of the total, that is the whole of the economy. And I hope you understand, when I use the term economy, it should be very clear to you. For example, in case of India, if I find out how much is the total production of steel, macroeconomics. If I find out how much is the total exports are done from India, macroeconomics. Total imports are done into India. Total income earned by every one of us. All of this is macroeconomics. Right? But whereas if I start studying individually companies or houses, etc., that is microeconomics. Done? Let me go to the next one here. 4 sectors, that is what I'll discuss. That is what I'll discuss now, right? Again, whenever I'm discussing like this, I know some of you have already done economics. Based on the questions you ask, I can come to know you are done with economics. Based on the answer you provide, I also know you have done economics. So have some patience. Have some patience. Some of you are asking fertilizer subsidy. I'm discussing microeconomics. Your question is on fertilizer subsidy. Should I stop discussing this and answer that? So again, right, I'll be very upfront with you. You should have patience with the subject. This is the first day. Do not expect that you will cover everything in Indian economy today itself. That will be a very, very wrong approach as far as I'm concerned. Let's start. Now, whenever you talk about macroeconomics or even economics for that matter, what we do is whatever resources are there, right? I'm using the terms that I've already covered. Whenever you talk about economy like this, whatever resources are there, we will divide the resources into 4 types. Is it okay? I'll repeat it again. Whatever resources are there in the economy, we will divide these resources into 4 types. And this classification of division of the resources into 4 types is referred to as 4 factors of production. Is it okay? I'll repeat it again. Right? We have discussed concept of a resource earlier, meaning of the term resource. So what we do is, we will divide the resources which are available to us under 4 heads, under 4 classifications. Rather than using the term classifications, they will use the term factors. So this is collectively referred to as 4 factors of production. 4 factors of production. And what do you mean by factors of production? How do you define factors of production? Simple. All the resources which are required, all the resources that are required for producing and supplying the goods in the economy. Is it okay? This is a definition. Those who are asking repeatedly for the definition, this is the definition. And before going forward, those who want the definitions for all of it, please be very careful. Very careful. Why? You might simply think that you will be able to by heart everything. Trust me, that is a wrong approach. Do not by heart everything in economics. There are conceptual clarities that is required. For example, here, I know you're very good in by hearting. I know that. Very, very good in by hearting, mugging up everything. You will note this down. Tomorrow itself, you would have by hearted it. But rather than by hearting, take my advice, try to understand such things. For example, you know the idea of a resource now. Resource is what? Resource is anything that you use to produce goods in the market. So what I'm saying is, the idea of a resource, we will take all these resources, divide them into 4 types. And those resources which are used as inputs and divided into 4 types are referred to as factors of production. And what about these 4 factors of production? One is land, second one is labor, third one is capital, fourth one is entrepreneurship. Is it okay? Right? One is a land, second one is a labor, third one is a capital, fourth one is entrepreneurship. Right? So, what is a good? Good is a product. This is a good. All of you will agree? Any difficulty? Right? This is a good. This is a product. Goods are manufactured, sold in the market to earn money. Simple. Right? So, understand the logic here. So, there are 4 factors: land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurship. Right? Let's go one by one. First and foremost, don't you think there should be a person who will start a business? Simple question to all of you. There should be a person who will start a business, who will start, let's say, manufacturing of a product, who will start providing services to you, who will set up a company, hire employees, etc., etc., etc. Any difficulty in understanding this? There should be someone who is ready to invest. Point number 1, who is ready to invest, take a risk in the market, employ a lot of people, hire people, purchase a machine, produce goods and sell it in the market. The person I'm talking about is referred to as entrepreneur. I'll repeat it. The person I'm talking about is nothing but the term entrepreneur. That is, entrepreneur is the person who is going to invest, take a risk in the market, produce goods and sell them in the market. Now tell me, if you are taking risk, if you are investing money, why? Why are you doing? What is the reason you are ready to take a risk? Why? What is the reason you are ready to invest and sell the goods in the market? All of you will agree to earn profits? Any difficulty in this? Right? Some of you are saying, sir, to get good life. And I believe good life means profit here. Right? I'll make a very liberal interpretation here. I believe when you say to have a good life, you mean profits. So have a look at this. The logic of economics, whenever you talk about investment, whenever you talk about private sector, etc., etc., all of them invest for only one reason: profits. They are investing in the market only to earn profit. Otherwise, nobody is going to make an investment. Again, I'm talking about private sector here. For example, tomorrow you will set up a company. Why? What is the reason? How many of you will set up a company just to make charity? Right? That's a different concept altogether. How many of you will set up a business and keep on spending money without earning profit? For how many years can you do that? How many months can you sustain that? So argument is simple. The reason why people will take a risk, right? Why people will take a risk, why companies are established, why employees are hired, why investment is made, it is to earn profit. It is to earn profit. Point number one. And within this, now let me make it a bit more complicated, but understand it once. Now it will be very clear. Now imagine you have 100 crore rupees. Early morning 7 o'clock, I'm making you crorepati. Okay. Imagine you have 100 crore rupees. You will take all this 100 crore, set up a company. Right? Set up a company. Now you will invest, purchase machines, hire me to work in your company, etc., etc., etc. And you will produce the good, sell the good, and let's say the company earns a profit of 2 crore rupees. The company earns a profit of 2 crore rupees. Now, simple question, think of it. Who should get this 2 crore rupees? Company earns a profit of 2 crore rupees. Who will get this particular 2 crore rupees? To whom the 2 crore rupees should belong? All of you will agree when I say it should be you. You are the owner. Is it okay? It should be you. You are the owner. Hence, you should get 2 crore rupees. Remember this. Remember this, right? You only have answered. I'll take a screenshot and send it to you now. Okay. So remember this. You only have told me, right? The company has earned a profit of 2 crore. That 2 crore rupees should go to whom? It should go to the owner, right? So remember this. We will use it later. Now come to the first factor of production, land. What is this idea of a land? Simple. Right, a very, very narrow interpretation. Very narrow interpretation of the term land is piece of earth. I hope you understand. Very, very narrow interpretation. Narrow means if you look at the term only land, right? If you type it in the Google or if you open Oxford Dictionary and see, land means it's a piece of earth. But when you talk about resources here, when you talk about resources in economics, land, whenever you use it, right, it is more than piece of earth. It's not just piece of earth. It is more than piece of earth. For example, what purpose or for what use can you use this land? For what purposes can you use the land? You will mine out minerals. All of you will agree? You will take out minerals. You will basically mine out. Mine out means you will dig the minerals from the earth. You will also use earth for agriculture production. You also use the earth for agriculture production. And some of you will say, sir, I will not mine also. I will not use it for agriculture. What I'll do? I will use the piece of earth to set up a factory. To set up, let's say, a company. To set up a manufacturing facility. So understand the logic here. Understand the logic here. Whenever you use the resource or you use the term land in case of economics like this, it is not just the piece of earth. It is for whatever purposes you can use it for. And how do you define it? Simple. Any natural resource that you can get. Any natural resource that you can get, it is referred to as a land. Can I go forward here? Let me know. Right, one factor of production that I've covered is entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship means what? Anybody who is going to start a business. Anybody who is going to set up a company. Right, that is an entrepreneurship. That is one resource. Second resource is a land. Land means anything that is naturally available to you. Agriculture, even if you don't cultivate, right, automatically agriculture will happen. It has happened, right, since time immemorial. Right, so agriculture, mineral resources, etc., etc. Right, that is land. Come to the second factor here, labor. What is a labor? It is employees. Simple. It is nothing but employees. Labor is nothing but people, right? People who will be hired by the companies, and it is these people who will produce goods and services, or will help in producing goods and services. That is one more resource. And finally, capital. Right, the final factor of production is capital. Understand this carefully. Many of you will get confused here. Capital, generally we will use the term capital to represent money. Generally, a very narrow interpretation is capital is nothing but money. All of you will agree? Capital is used in the context of money. Let me show you an example. Right? Can you see a piece of paper? Again, it's not literally a piece of paper. 200 rupees in my hand. 200 rupees. Right? Now tell me, can this 200 rupees, again underline the term, can this 200 rupees produce any goods? Is it okay? Right? Think of it. Think of it. Can this 200 rupees, again, some of you are confused. Right? If I ask you, so those who are saying yes, if I ask you how 200 rupees can you produce the goods, you will tell me, sir, I will purchase a machine. But that is not the question. My question is, can you use the 200 rupees to produce this pen? I hope you understand this. Can you use the 200 rupees to produce a pen here? No. But look at the second example. You will use the 200 rupees, purchase a machine. Can you use the machine to manufacture the pen? Now it will be correct. I hope you understand this. Can you use this 200 rupees, purchase a machine, and can the machine be used to produce the pen? Of course, yes. So understand the logic here. Whenever you come across the term capital, most of the times they will simply use the term capital to represent money. But a very broader meaning of the term capital is anything that has been produced by us, point one, anything that has been produced by us, now which will be used to produce something else. I'll repeat it, right? Understand this carefully. Anything that has been produced by us, now this will be used to produce something else. Can I give a very simple example? A company will manufacture a machine. A company will manufacture a machine. Or is there anyone in the classroom who says, sir, machine is available naturally? Anybody? Sir, machine is available naturally. If your argument is machine is available naturally, two things. Tell me which machine. And second, if it is available naturally, it will be part of land. But all of you know this. The term machine represents a product which is manufactured by us. Now, is it okay if I say this machine that is there here will be used to manufacture bottle that I'm holding in my hand? The machine will be used to manufacture the bottle which is there in the hand. This machine is referred to as capital. Is it okay? The machine is referred to as capital. So a manufacturing facility, right? The other infrastructure, right? The factories, machines, all of them are basically referred to as capital. Any difficulty in any of the four factors of production? Please do let me know. Any difficulty? These are very simple. Once you understand, it's done and dusted. Once you understand, it's over. Right? Next time somebody tells you capital, right? Again, be very careful. Narrow meaning is money. Narrow meaning is simply money. But money itself cannot produce anything. You'll have to use money to purchase something. And that something is already produced. That is called as capital. Okay? Now, let me go forward. I'll use these factors of production. I'll come back to this. Just give me a second. I'll come back to this. I will use, right, the four factors of production. Assets are capital? Yes, assets are capital. And assets basically are, example, manufacturing facilities. Machines, yes, assets are, right, basically part of capital only. Entrepreneurship, I'll repeat it. Entrepreneurship simply means anybody who is going to start the business. because the business is not going to start on itself. I hope you understand this. A business or a company, anybody who can give me an example, a company which has started by itself? Any example that you can think of, a company which has started by itself, no owner? You will not find it. Don't waste your time. I hope you understand this. Don't waste your time, right? And trust me, this idea has been there for centuries now. If you can find a fault with this idea, they will give you Nobel Prize. Guarantee. Directly they will take you, make you sit on that chair, and they will give you Nobel Prize. So don't waste your time, right? Just take it as on the face value itself, right? So anybody who will start companies, they are referred as entrepreneurs. Done, right? Capital is nothing but a good which is produced by us, which will be used for further production, right? Is it okay? I'll repeat it. A good produced by us, which will be used for further production. For example, any machine that you can think of has been produced by us, and understand this machine will be used for producing other goods. That is basically capital. Piece of land is an asset. My dear, again, why do you complicate everything? Piece of land is naturally available. You do not manufacture land. If you are manufacturing land, please do let me know. I will notify Government of India. I will notify Government of India because they want land for cultivation of crops. We want land to mine out resources. Please do let me know. So again, do not complicate everything, right? Go point by point. Anything that is naturally available to you, anything that is naturally available to you is land. Okay. Now, factors of production, 4 factors of production. 4 factors of production: land, labor, capital, entrepreneurship. Now understand this carefully. All the 4 factors of production are supplied to company. Is it okay? All the 4 factors of production are supplied to the company. Now let me ask you a very simple question. A company is there. You will work in the company. You are providing labor services to the company. Do you expect something in return from the company? Let me know. I hope you understand. Right? A company is there. You will provide your labor services to the company, and do you expect something in return from the company? Of course, yes. Sir, I want to earn wage, salary. I want to earn wages. Now, simple question to you. If you earn wage, can I call this as income for you? Simple, step by step. If you earn wage, can I call this as income for you? And if the company pays wages to you, can I call it as a cost for company? Understand it step by step, right? You have earned a salary, you have earned wages. Is it not an income for you? Yes. And the same wage which is paid by the company, can I call it as a cost for the company? Right? Answer is again yes. Now come back to previous slide here. I have taken one example. Step 1, here is a company. You will provide services, labor services to the company. Right? You will provide labor services to the company. I'll call this as a factor input. I'll call this as a factor input. That is basically one of the factors of production. And after using your services, the company will pay a wage of, let's say, 100 rupees to you. I will call this as a factor cost for the company and factor income for you. Any difficulty, please do let me know now itself. Right? The company will pay wage of 100 rupees to you. That 100 rupee is a factor cost. It is a factor cost. Now, 2 of you are asking, why are we using the term factor cost here? Simple. It is one of the factors of production. It is one of the factors of production. So, company is incurring a cost on the factors of production. Hence, I'll call this as a factor cost. So for the company, I will call this as a factor cost, but for you, I will call this as a factor income. Can I go forward now? Factor cost is for the company, factor income is for the one who has provided the services to the company. Now I've calculated this. I've given you this for one factor. There are 4 factors. What about the land? Please understand this. Whenever a factor of production of land is provided to the company, right? Let's say mineral resources, right? Or a land itself is given on rent, etc. All of this, the company has to pay money. Done? For all of this, the company has to pay money. If they purchase a land, they will have to pay money. If they purchase, let's say, mineral resources, they will have to pay money. That is referred to as rent. That is referred to as rent. Now imagine you have given land to a company. You have provided a land on rental basis to a company. So the income that you earn is called as rent. Right? So that is for land. What about labor? Already discussed. You will work for a company. Company will pay wages to you. Right? That is a factor cost for the company. And on the other hand, you have earned wages. That is factor income for you. Third one, capital. Example, let's say machine. Right? A company is there. You will sell a machine to the company. Underline the term sell. Right? A company is there. You will sell the machine to the company. Will the company pay money or not? All of you will agree? Will the company pay money to you or not? Right? Of course, yes, they have to pay. Right? That is the reason you are selling it to the company. So when the company will purchase capital, company will pay money, company will incur cost. That is collectively referred to as interest. And whatever money you are going to earn by providing capital to the company, it is called as income for you. That is again interest. And finally, coming to the fourth one, you only have answered. You have taken the risk. You have taken the risk. You have invested money. So the profits of the company will belong to whom? Profits of the company will belong to the owner of the company. Right? So the profits of the company belong to you. So that is your factor income. But because the company is giving it to you, company is transferring it to you, right? That is also cost for the company. Any difficulty in any one of them? 4 factors are there, right? Land, labor, capital, entrepreneurship. Again, I'll repeat it. Please follow it. Follow the discussion. Most of you will use the term interest literally. Sir, I gave a loan. I earned interest. Are you talking about it? No, my dear. Understand this. You will supply, let's say, mineral resource to a company. You will give land, right? You will give land to a company. Will the company pay money to you? Simple. Will the company pay anything to you? Of course, yes. That is basically rent. That is basically rent, collectively referred as rent. Second one is labor. You will work for a company. Company has to pay something in return to you. They will pay you wages. That is wages. Because company is paying, it becomes a cost. You are earning, it becomes an income. Third one is capital. Imagine you will sell a machine to the company. Machine is capital. Understand the term capital first. Capital is anything that we have created, we have produced, which are used for further production. That is capital. So you have produced a machine. You will sell the machine to me. I am the company. Will I simply take it? Will I not give you anything in return? Of course, yes, I will pay you money. That is called as interest. So because the company is paying cost, you are earning, it is income. And finally, entrepreneur, right? The owner has taken the risk, has invested money, should earn profit. So whatever are the profits of the company, it goes to the owner because the company is giving the profits to the owner. It is a cost for the company. It is income for the owner. Right? So factor cost, factor income. A simple question to you people. Imagine the company has manufactured this bottle. Look at it. Imagine the company has used labor, company has used machine, company has used land, company has also used entrepreneurship. Company has manufactured the bottle. Is it okay if I say the price of the bottle will be dependent on all of these expenditures? I'll repeat it. The price of the bottle, whatever the price, 100, 200, 500, 5,000, doesn't matter, right? This expenditure on the bottle or the price of the bottle will be determined by all of these. Okay, remember this, we'll use it tomorrow. No, again, not tomorrow, right? Day after tomorrow. Okay, again, interest. My dear, can you understand what I'm saying? Do not take the literal meaning of interest because you are stuck up in banking. You are stuck in banking. Sir, I kept FD. I earned interest. Are you talking about it? No. I am saying, I'll repeat it. At least understand now. This is the third time I'm telling this. You want to manufacture the bottle. You will purchase a machine. Purchase. Underline that. So when you purchase a machine, you will pay money. That money is interest. I hope you understand this, right? That money is interest. Don't you think interest and profit are more one and the same? How? You tell me. You are paying for a machine. You're basically purchasing a machine to manufacture the bottle. The cost on the machine is your profit. How? If you think that is absolutely correct, then please don't enter into business. Please do not enter into business then. Okay. Next, right? So concept of evolution, right? This is 4 factors of production. We'll use it. Don't worry. We will use it multiple times. Now let's have a look at the evolution of economics, capitalism, socialism, and mixed economy. Capitalism, socialism, and mixed economy. And by the way, before I start, let me give you examples. India is an example of mixed economy. India is an example of mixed economy, right? Remember this. In 1948, Government of India came out with a policy after independence. In 1948, Government of India came out with a policy and said, India will be a mixed economy. Now, what is a mixed economy? We'll understand. That is what we are trying to do. Some of you are typing, sir, what is mixed economy? I'll start, my dear. Have patience. India is an example of a mixed economy, right? Any example of a capitalistic country? Capitalism, right? Understand this. Today, you will not find any country which is 100% capitalistic. I'll repeat my statement. You can search later. You will not get 100% capitalistic. What you can find is there are countries which are following, right, mostly the model of capitalism. Example, USA. USA is said to be very close to capitalistic, but please understand, not capitalist, not 100% capitalistic. Why, you'll understand in some time. Next, there is another idea of a socialism. Example of socialism. Is any country 100% socialistic today? Again, the answer will be no. 100% socialistic you will not find. But earlier examples, USSR, Soviet Union, Venezuela, or for that matter, Cuba. Venezuela, Cuba, socialism, Cuba, USSR, China, right? Many decades ago, not today, many decades ago, right? These are the examples. Again, please understand this. We'll go one by one, understand all the 3 models of economy. What are the advantages? What are the disadvantages, etc. We'll understand it. Let's go one by one. Right? North Korea, my dear, North Korea is more of a dictatorship. North Korea is more of a dictatorship. Let me start with capitalism. Let me start with the idea of a capitalism. Now, earlier we discussed factors of production. Right? What do you mean by factors of production? I'll start using short form now. FOP, factors of production. Factors of production are nothing but resources. All of you will agree? Anybody who has a disagreement here? Right, we have been using the term resources multiple times now. Factors of production is nothing but resources. Now please understand this. Whenever you talk about resources, what is the use of a resource? You want to decide what you want to produce. What to be produced. I hope you understand this. What is the use of a resource? You want to decide what should be produced. How much should be produced? Is it okay? How much should you produce? And at what price you should be selling it in the market? I hope you understand this. These are called as central problems. Central problems. Right? Anytime you talk about resources, what is the use of a resource? You want to decide what you want to produce, how much you want to produce, right? To whom you want to sell. That is where you want to sell, at what price you want to sell. Now focus on this very carefully. If all of these questions, the answer to these questions is private sector. For all the questions, the answer is private sector. Meaning what? What goods should be produced? Private sector will answer it. How much goods should be produced? Private sector will decide it. At what price it should be sold in the market? Private sector will decide it. That is called as capitalism. Is it okay? Right, so again I'll repeat it. Right, what to be produced, how much to be produced, at what price it has to be sold, all of these questions are answered by the private sector. That model is called as capitalism. Right, can I give it in a form of a statement? The private sector ownership of resources will be allowed. Right, it is the private sector which will own the resources, right, which will control the allocation of resources, which will decide what to be produced, how much to be produced, at what price to be sold, etc. That model is called as capitalism. That model is referred to as capitalism. Now, in case of capitalism, there is always this freedom. Freedom of what? Because there is a demand and a supply. Understand this. Because there is a demand and a supply, that is, there is a freedom of consumption. In capitalism, you can decide what you want to purchase because you have a lot of money. I hope you understand. Because you have money, that freedom is there. And please understand this. Because there is money, you will be able to purchase in the market. If you do not have money, they will not sell it to you. Everything is about money here. People have money. People will demand for goods and services. The private sector will produce and supply these goods and services. So there is this idea of a freedom of choice, freedom to purchase goods, freedom to demand goods, freedom to decide what you want to eat, etc. That kind of a freedom is there in the capitalism. Role of the government is very much minimal in the market. Government is basically to provide licenses, provide approvals like this, and if required, provide certain required services. Right? For example, right? Let's say water supply, electricity supply, right? Or let's say the public safety, right? The defense, etc. So generally, the role of the government is very minimal, very limited in the capitalism. Role of the private sector is very high. It is right the private sector which will control the resources in the capitalism. Okay, and what is the use? Why are they doing all of it? Right? Why are they doing all of it? It is basically to earn profits. Right? Everything is surrounding profits itself whenever you talk about profits. Whenever you talk about private sector. Now, what are the merits? What are the merits of private sector, or what are the merits of having a capitalism model? One, there is no need for intervention of the government because private sector will decide what to be produced, and they are producing because there is a demand in the market and they are going to supply it. Right? So the role of the government, intervention of the government in the market is not needed. Second, right, don't you think private sector, if they are utilizing the resources, that is land, labor, capital, etc., the efficiency will be very high in the economy. I hope you understand. If the private sector is utilizing the resources, the efficiency of utilization will be very, very high. If you do not agree with me, if you don't agree with me, right, you only look at the kind of services provided by private sector in India and the government of India. Healthcare sector, education sector, right, who is providing or who is utilizing the resources very efficiently to provide services to you? Of course, the answer has to be private sector. And again, they are not doing a charity here. Right? Some of you will say, but they are charging, because ultimately they want to earn profit. It runs on profit. That's the only reason. Market becomes very, very efficient because there is a demand, there is a supply. If the demand changes, supply automatically will change. For example, sir, what do you mean by that? Imagine, understand this. Imagine you are producing the bottle. If the demand for the bottle in the market is, let's say, 100 units, will you produce 2000 units? I hope you understand this. If the demand for the bottle in the market is, let's say, 100 units, will you produce 2000 units? If you say yes, please don't enter into business. Answer should be no. Right? Why? It doesn't make any sense. If the demand is only for 100, why will you produce 2000? I hope you understand this. Right? So market becomes very, very efficient because of supply and demand forces. Right? Growth can be achieved, that is, employment increases. Investment is done by the private sector. They will invest a lot of money in research and development. They want to acquire the customers. They will provide a lot of quality services to customers. Right? Production increases. That is the basic idea here. Consumer will be given importance. Customers, right, are given importance. Investment in research and development is higher. They will create new technologies. They will implement better technologies, etc., etc., etc. Done? These are the merits. What are the demerits? 1. Concentration of wealth. First one is concentration of wealth. What do you mean by concentration of wealth? Please understand. Rich will keep on becoming more rich. Poor will remain poor. Simple. Rich will keep on becoming rich and poor will still remain poor only. Right? Will it happen? It's a very simple idea. Will it happen? Yes, of course it will happen. How? How is that possible? Right? Imagine here is a businessman. Imagine here is a businessman. The businessman has invested money, set up company. Now tell me, profits, don't you think will go to the business person here? Right? The profit will go to the businessman. Right? What about other people in the economy? They will earn wages. They will earn salaries. Right? So rich will continue to grow rich. Poor will continue to remain poor. So that gap, right, the assets which are held by the rich, they will keep on increasing, and that gap that exists in the economy will always keep on increasing. Now, if you do not understand it, I'll give you a simple example. Please do not write it in the exam. Please check what has happened to the wealth of Mr. Ambani in the last 4 to 5 years. Mr. Adani in the last 4 to 5 years, or for that matter, Tata in the last 4 to 5 years. So argument is simple. People who have money have invested, they will get the profit, they will continue to grow rich. What about poor people? They will continue to remain poor. Okay, so concentration of wealth. Income inequality. Right? People who are at the highest level, let's say CEOs, board of directors, or executive directors, vice presidents, don't you think their salaries will be very, very high? Salaries are very, very high. But what about other people? Right? People who are working on day-to-day basis, rickshaw pullers, painters, etc., etc. So the income inequality, inequality means what? Gap in the incomes. So income inequality will also be very, very high. Harmful goods will also be produced in order to earn profit. Private sector is not worried about your health. I'll give a classic example. Alcohol. Alcohol, guns not for defense, guns for individuals. Alcohol, guns, tobacco products, etc. Right? So a lot of these goods which are harmful for the people will be produced because the private sector wants to earn profits. Class conflict. Class here means rich class and poor class. Right? Rich class wants to invest money, want to earn more and more profit, increase their wealth. Poor class, they are worried about their day-to-day requirements. Right? Will I earn sufficient to take care of food requirements or not? Will I earn sufficient to put my children into school or not? So both of them, right, have a different requirements altogether. So rich people want to earn more profit, want to become more wealthy. Poor people want to take care of their day-to-day requirements. So because their orientations are different, because their requirements are different, both will have always a conflict. Conflict in the sense, again, they will not start fighting. There's a conflict, ideological conflict in the economy because their requirements are completely different. Business cycle, right? There is a concept of business cycle. I'll not discuss it now. I'll cover it when I take up the next chapter, that is the idea of national income. I'll discuss this. I'm not saying I'll not discuss it. For that, I need to discuss idea of a GDP first. I need to tell you what is the GDP growth, all right, how GDP is calculated, etc. That's a reason we'll cover it under the chapter of national income. Right, so these are some of the issues under the capitalism. Most of you are worried about the break. My dear, focus on the discussion. Don't worry about the break. Right, again, I do not understand. Focus on the discussion. Break anyways will be given. Focus on the discussion. How the government of the country will grow if the profit is only for individual? Taxes. Don't you think government of India will earn lot of taxes? They will earn lot of taxes, my dear. Please understand this. Growth, right? What is this growth? Growth simply means increased production. Increase the production in the country. If private sector will invest, right, they will produce a lot of goods and services. Increased production. Please repeat capitalism once again. Which point? Which point? If you say repeat capitalism, are you talking about complete capitalism? Which point you tell me? Why to pay dual? Again, what do you mean by dual tax? Where have you found dual tax? You tell me. Again, I know that you have an economics background, right? The moment you use the term dual tax, I will understand, okay, you have an experience, you already have a background in economics. But tell me, where is a dual tax? Business cycle, right? I will not cover it now. Right? I hope you understand when I say this. It is written in the slide also. But even then you will ask a question. It is there in the slide, my dear. Did I discuss business cycle? I said there is a concept of business cycle. I will cover it under the national income. I'll not cover it now. I'll cover it under national income. Okay? Okay, let's take a break. Why income inequality? People are earning different incomes. Don't you think income inequality is there in the economy? For example, what is your salary? Do you think everybody earns the same amount of salary? That is income inequality. Okay? Okay, so let's take a break now. Let's take a break. 7:45. I'll have a discussion. Again, I'll restart the discussion at 7:45. Okay, 7:45. Please join back again at 7:45. Okay, welcome back. Am I audible? Am I audible? Okay, let's continue. So what is class conflict? Okay. Now, when there are certain people who are rich, certain people who are poor, tell me, will there be a conflict or not? Okay, tell me a very simple example. Right? Have you heard of the Red Corridor? Right? What happens in Maoism, etc., etc. Right? Why do you think there are conflicts in the society like this? Right? There are certain people who earn a lot of money, and there are certain people who do not earn or earn very, very less. So when this kind of right income inequality, or let's say wealth inequality exists, the economy will experience a lot of conflicts. Okay. Again, don't worry, what reforms can we take about income inequality? We are merely starting. We'll discuss inclusive growth later, 24th class. Don't worry. Break, my dear, just get used to it. Right? Let's not take very longer breaks. Not healthy. Right? In the sense, I generally don't give longer breaks. Just get used to it. You'll hate me for it. I know that you'll hate me for it. But if you look at the UPSC pattern, you will understand the reason. Let's start. Socialism. Next one is socialism. Now, what happens in a socialism? Simple. Right? Go back to the idea again. Resources ownership. Ownership of resources. So in capitalism, it's a private sector which will have a ownership of resources. They will control the resources. But when you talk about socialism, it's not the private sector. It's a government. It is the government which is going to control the resources. Right? I hope you understand the difference. Right? It should be very evident here itself. In capitalism, private sector will control the resources. In socialism, it is the government which will control the resources. Meaning what? Government will decide what goods are to be produced. Government will decide how many goods are to be produced. Government will decide at what price these should be sold in the market. So whenever you talk about government controlling the resources, government producing, government selling, etc., etc., that model is called as socialism. That idea is referred to as a socialism. Right? Example of a socialistic economy. Earlier Soviet Union. The earlier Soviet Union, right? The earlier Soviet Union was basically a model of socialism itself, where government controlled the resources, government decided what to be produced, where to be sold, at what price to be sold, etc., etc., etc. So all the resources, whenever they are owned by the government, right? And there is a term called as nationalization here. Now, remember this. I'll write it on the board. Please understand this. You will come across two terms, nationalization, and another one is privatization. One is nationalization, second one is privatization. Now, whenever you come across the term nationalization or privatization, it is always about ownership. It talks about ownership. That is, when you say nationalization, ownership is transferred from the private sector to the government. Whenever you use the term nationalization, the ownership is transferred from private sector to the government. And whenever you talk about privatization, the ownership is transferred from government to the private sector. I'll give you examples. Follow this. Best example for privatization, very recently, Air India. All of you will agree with me? Very recently, the example of Air India. Sir, any example of a nationalization in recent times? Absolutely no. In case of India, we have not gone for nationalization for many, many decades now. Why? You will understand it later. But earlier, any examples in the past where nationalization was done. That is, the ownership was transferred from the private sector to the government. Yes, you will have examples of banking nationalization. Banking sector was nationalized earlier, right? Second, there is also coal nationalization, right? In the past, not now, in the past, many decades ago, we went for nationalization in the banking sector, we went for nationalization in the coal sector. But now we are not talking about nationalization, rather there is a drive for privatization now. Government of India, as far as possible, and in many of these sectors, they want to privatize it. Why, etc., you will understand it later. Again, please understand this. Don't worry about nationalization of banking now. Right? To have some patience. No, this is a first class. You want to discuss everything here. Have patience. So what are the features? All resources are owned by the government. Owned by the government. Sir, what if they are there in the private sector? Government will nationalize them. Simple. Right? This model of socialism is basically followed in central command economy. Centralized economy or a central command economy. That is basically, right, a country where, or in a system wherein we have the government, government will plan, government will implement the plan. Simple. I hope you understand. This idea of a socialism is applicable in the countries which are following central command economy or a centralized economy, right, or a centralized planning. What is the idea here? Centralized means there is a government and it is the government which will decide everything for the economy. Right now, simple question to you people, do you think India follows it? Just think of it. Do you think in case of India it is a centralized economy or centralized planning? Absolutely no. Right? On the other hand, do you think capitalism, India is having 100% capitalism as well? Again, the answer is no. Okay. Next, maximizing social benefit. Why? Why do you think governments will go for socialism? Simple. They want to take care of social welfare. They want to provide social welfare. Government might simply decide liquor is bad, so they will ban it. They'll simply ban the production and supply of liquor. Right? Government might feel production of agriculture goods is good. They will promote centralized and promote the production of agriculture goods. So whenever you talk about the idea of a socialism, the government generally does it because they are worried about economy. They are worried about society. They feel that very few people are becoming very rich. All others are remaining poor. Right? So can we continue this? No. Right? We want to reduce that inequality in the system. So how can you reduce it? Simple. Do not allow the private sector to own resources. You take away all the resources. And when you take away all the resources, you are not going to work for profit. You are going to work for, right, a social welfare. So there is an absence of competition because the government is going to promote the sector. Government is going to control the sectors here. Okay. Next, what are the merits of socialism? It will reduce inequalities. All of you will agree? It will reduce inequalities. That is basically the inequalities in terms of income. Inequalities in terms of wealth. In terms of wealth. Now, before going forward, some of you have a doubt regarding, sir, what is this wealth? Wealth is basically referring to assets. Wealth is basically referring to assets. For example, a person owns land. A person owns gold. A person owns, let's say, cars, super luxury cars, by the way, right? A person owns diamonds. Person owns a company. Agreed? Person owns a company. All these are examples of assets. All these are basically examples of assets. So assets are those which have certain market value, which will get certain value to you. These are examples of asset. So whenever you talk about wealth, it is referring to total sum of assets. All the assets a person has. So understand this, because private ownership is not allowed now. Right? Private sector cannot own companies. Right? So what will happen? Right? Don't you think the ownership, if it transferred to government, government will own all the resources. Private sector doesn't own the resources. the inequality that is existing will automatically come down, right? So reduction in the inequalities, allocation of the resources based on the requirement of the people, requirement, not the, right, let's say wants of the people. You would want liquor, I hope you understand. You would want tobacco, you would want cigarettes. Government might simply feel it is against social welfare, so resources will not be allocated for production of such goods, right? So allocation based on the needs of the people. Promotion of social welfare are some of the merits of socialism. Now some of you are worried, sir, if liquor is so bad, why government is promoting it? One, government doesn't promote it. Be very careful, government doesn't promote liquor consumption. Can you show me any advertisement done by the government? Can you show me anywhere the government minister says, right, Pio, drink as much as you want? Absolutely no, right? The government basically allows, understand my statement, government allows production, sale of the liquor, because government will collect a lot of tax revenues. Simple, right? Government allows production and sale, right, because government will collect a lot of tax revenues. So Telangana government promotes, no my dear, please check it very carefully. Please check it very carefully. When you say government promotes, you are referring to government advertisements. Government, let's say chief minister in the, right, basically says, right, they say drink. Absolutely no. Again, don't say politician. Politician is a different thing altogether. Okay. Now, what are the demerits? What are the demerits of socialism? First one, lot of red tapeism and bureaucracy. Now, what do you mean by red tapeism? Red tapeism refers to the rules, regulations, or the guidelines which are imposed by the government itself. Is it okay? I'll repeat it again. Red tapeism simply refers to the rules or the regulations which are imposed by the government. But what is the issue here? Because the government has a lot of rules and regulations, it will delay, right? There is an unnecessary delay in the system. I'll give a very simple example. Imagine, right, I'll just take a simple example here. Imagine in case of a country, they have announced that they will provide housing, that is, they will provide money for construction of housing to poor people. I hope you understand this, right? One policy says, I will give you money to construct a house. But understand this carefully. What is the process? What is the process for me? Imagine I'm a poor person here. What is the process that I'm supposed to follow, right, to get the money from the government? Right? Don't you think that process, more complicated the process is, there is going to be more delay? Very basic idea. If the process is very, very complicated, there is going to be a more delay. For example, they will ask me, you want money? I will give you money. Get certificate from one of the officers. Go to that officer, get me a certificate. Now, how many of you think this officer is just waiting for you to go to them to give the sign on the certificate and hand over the certificate to you? How many of you think government offices actually work like that? Right? You go to that officer, the officer says, I need one more document. I need one more document. Right? So please go to that officer, get me one more document. Right? Now, don't you think if this kind of a system is put in place, if this is a kind of system which is there, and these are officials, government officials, that is basically bureaucracy. If this kind of a condition, guidelines are put in place, this will cause a lot of delays in the system. It will also lead to a lot of corruption in the system. That is one demerit. That is one demerit. Second, there is no incentive for efficiency, hence the productivity will also fall. Imagine there is only one bank in the whole of India. Imagine government of India owns it, there is only one bank. Now tell me, what is the incentive? What is that added benefit that the bank employees will get in order to provide quality services to you? I hope you understand this. Government of India owns the bank and the bank is providing services to you. Is there any incentive for them? Incentive means benefit, added benefit. Apart from the salary that they are earning, are they going to get any more benefits? Right? Answer is simply no. And if they are not going to get any more benefits, tell me why will they provide more and more quality services to you? Right? They'll simply come to office exactly at 10 o'clock. They will close the office exactly at 5 o'clock. That's it. Right? In between, again, 1 hour lunch break. Right? So there is no incentive for these government entities, government companies in order to improve their productivity. That is the meaning. There is a limited freedom of choice. That is, as a customer, right, you want to purchase good A, B and C. Right? Let's say C is a tobacco product. What if government of India bans tobacco product? They will not do that, by the way. Some of you are asking, sir, why don't they ban? Why don't they ban? Remember my statement. I'll repeat it again. Government earns huge amount of revenues. Can you understand it? Government earns a huge amount of money. Why will they ban it? Right? So that is basically the concern here. So these are the merits, these are demerits. Done? Okay. So one is capitalism, another one is socialism. Do you think India follows capitalism? Answer is no. Socialism? Again no. So what India follows is a mixed economy. Right? What government of India follows is mixed economy. What is the model of mixed economy? Simple. Look at the term mixed economy. Mixed economy simply means, in case of India, the resources will be controlled or owned by the private sector as well as the government. Is it okay? I'll repeat it again. Whenever you talk about mixed economy, the resources will be owned by the private sector as well as the government. Right? I'll give you examples. Just think of it. Let's say aviation market, civil aviation. Tell me, in case of civil aviation, is there government owned entity in the civil aviation now? Civil aviation, simply, let's say flying, aeroplanes. Right? So in case of civil aviation market, do you think government is present? No, government has basically, whatever ownership was there, in case of Air India, they have given it to private sector. So can I simply say civil aviation basically comes under private sector? Private sector. Right? One example. Second one, the idea of, let's take a simple example, telecom sector. Telecom is telephones, right? All of you use mobile phones. Telecom sector, right? Don't you think in telecom sector, you will see both private sector as well as the government? In telecom sector, private sector is present, government is present. For example, BSNL. Who owns BSNL? Government of India. Airtel, Jio, private sector. So have a look at this. Just understand. Remember examples. It's very easy to remember it. Okay. The concepts are not difficult. Connect it to examples, easier. And I'll give you one extreme example here. The nuclear energy. Nuclear energy. Any company that works in the nuclear energy in India, let's say mining of the nuclear materials, usage of the nuclear materials, disposal of the nuclear materials under the government. Under the government. Now have a look at this. Can you see all the three forms here? All the three forms. In some of the sectors, resources will come under the private sector. In some sectors, resources purely under the government. In some resources, purely between the government as well as the private sector. This model is referred to as mixed economy. In the context of India, from 1948, we have introduced the model of mixed economy. Right? So ownership of means of production is with both private sector as well as public sector. Public means government here. And this model, why do we adopt it? Because we want to ensure whatever are the problems of the economy. Problems of the economy means what? Who should produce the goods? What kind of goods should be produced? Right? How many goods should be produced? Etc. 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 So the solution will be provided by both government as well as the private sector, right, to the economic problems. Private sector has freedom to produce, no doubt. Private sector, if they want to produce, let's say this bottle, they can produce it. If they want to produce alcohol, they can take a license and produce it. And if they want to, let's say, start right a flying company, that is civil aviation company, they can take approval and start. That choice is there to the private sector. But always remember, the control of the economy is with the government. The overall control is with the government. That is, the government will decide in which sector private sector is allowed, in which sector private sector will be barred, in which sector I will be present, in which sector I will be absent. All of this is with the government. Done? Right? So these are the features of mixed economy. What are the merits of mixed economy? Production will increase, investment will be higher, employment will increase, right? Utilization of resources, because the private sector is present, utilization will be done much better. Government will protect, right? Through various policies, government will try to protect interest of all the people in the economy. These are certain advantages of having a mixed economy. And what are the demerits? What are the concerns regarding the mixed economy? One, public sector. Public sector means what? Government owned entities. Government owned entities. The public sector may or may not function efficiently. Right? Best example, Air India. All of you will understand this? Air India. How many of you think Air India until last 2 years was working wonderfully? Was generating so much amount of profits, etc. etc. So Air India is an example of a public sector. So Air India was not earning profit, it was incurring losses. So inefficient working of the public sector might be a problem. Fear of nationalization. Right? Again, the private sector might be concerned that what if tomorrow government of India will nationalize a telecom sector? What if government of India will nationalize a banking sector? Again, fear. There is no valid proof of it. There is always a fear that because government has the overall control of the economy, at any point of time, they can simply go for nationalization. Then what about my investment? Okay. Next one is income inequality will be there. Best example, India. Just apply to India, you will understand it. Income inequality, is it not present in India? Right? Of course, yes, it is present in India. Right? Balanced growth simply means government through its policies will ensure that growth, that is, let's say, production, employment will happen in all the states. They will not try to basically promote only one state. They will try to promote through their policies, growth in all the states. Right? Can they basically promote growth only in Maharashtra? Just think of it. Right? Can the central government say to all the investors, go to Maharashtra, invest there? Why? We have government there. Can they do that? Absolutely no. Right? So through their policies, it's representing all the states. Center is a representation of all the people. Right? So basically through their policies, let's say industrialization, tax benefit, right, etc., they will promote growth in all the states. Done? Okay. Right, so these are the features of mixed economy. So we have discussed capitalism, we have discussed the idea of the socialism, and the third one is mixed economy. India follows a mixed economy. India follows a mixed economy. And why does India follow characteristics of capitalist economy? My dear, allowing private sector is a characteristic of capitalism only. Right? So that's the whole idea of mixed economy. You are allowing private sector to participate, you are also present. So features of capitalism are taken, certain features of socialism are taken. That's the reason it is called as mixed economy. Okay. How is inequality there? What is your salary? is it equal to Mr. Ambani? I hope you understand this. If the investors are there, if private sector is there, don't you think income inequality will be there? That's the reason. Again, many of you are simply asking questions without realizing. Example is India. Don't you think all these features are applicable to India? Just think of it. Just think of it. Don't you think all these features are applicable to India? Don't we have people who are earning 0 rupees and people who are earning 30 crore rupees in India? That is income inequality. Don't you think government of India is promoting industrialization in all the states? Employment generation in all the states. That is balanced growth. Right? There are sectors where only government is present. Nuclear energy. All of these are applicable to India itself. Okay? Right? So that is the idea of a mixed economy. That is the basic idea of a mixed economy. Between capitalism, socialism, please understand, generally countries tend to have mixed economy. Countries tend to have mixed economy. And again, please understand this. Mixed economy, at all the points of time, it is not going to be remaining the same. I hope you understand this. That is, tomorrow one government might come. They will simply say, telecom sector, I will nationalize it. Only telecom sector. I will nationalize it. They can do that tomorrow. Or tomorrow one more government might come. They'll simply say nuclear energy, I will privatize it. That doesn't mean that we have shifted completely to capitalism. We are still mixed economy itself. Right? We are still in mixed economy itself. Only thing is that from one government to one government, from one time period to another time period, we might be moving or we might be implementing more of a capitalistic characteristics or more of a socialistic characteristics. Again, there is no question of which is best. I hope you understand this, right? The point that you're asking is which is best, right? You tell me which is best. We have discussed all the three, right? Which is best? Again, there is no answer. It all depends on the context. We feel for us, mixed economy suits the best. That's the reason we are adopting mixed economy. Okay? Okay, let's start. Next concept is opportunity cost. Right, the next concept is opportunity cost. OC, opportunity cost. Now, before starting, let me ask you a very simple question. Again, this is the bedrock of whole economics. Resources are limited, correct or wrong? Resources are limited. Yes or no? Again, there should not be any debate now. There should not be any debate, right? If somebody is going to ask, sir, how? Why? I will realize that you're woken up now. Right? Finally, at 8:15, you're woken up. Okay, so resources are limited. Point number one. Point number two. Imagine you're producing two goods, good A and good B. You're producing two products, product A and product B. Do you think you will have sufficient resources to produce any amount or any units of both A and B? Do you think that's possible? You would want to produce, let's say, I'll take a simple number here. Take simple numbers. You would want to produce, let's say, 10 products of A and 10 products of B. That's your goal. You want to produce because the demand is there. You want to produce and sell. But what if I say simple numbers? Always take simple numbers. What if I say per unit, if you want to produce A, you will require 10 rupees. And if you want to produce B, you will require 20 rupees. So if you want to produce 10 units of A, you will need 100 rupees. And to produce 10 units of B, you will require 200. Which means what? Now, if you want to produce 10 of A, 10 of B, you should have 300 rupees. Agreed? You should have 300 rupees. But most of the times what will happen? You will not have 300 rupees. You will never have this particular 300 rupees. It's not possible. That is the reason why we have economics, by the way. So what if rather than 300 rupees, you have only 200? Is it okay? Rather than 300, what if you have only 200? Now what you will do? Out of 200, I'll just take a simple number here. Imagine you will allocate out of 200, imagine you will allocate, let's say 80 rupees here. 80 rupees to manufacture A and 120 rupees to manufacture B. Total 200. 80 rupees to manufacture A, 120 to manufacture B. Which means at 20 rupee per unit, you will be able to manufacture 6 units of B and 8 units of A. Right? Rather than manufacturing 10, you are producing 8 of A and 6 of B. Now let's say, understand the next point carefully. Let's say, rather than producing 6 units of B and 8 units of A, what you will do is, you will reduce the allocation of B from 120 to 100 rupees. You will reduce the allocation of B from 120 to 100 and you will increase the allocation of A from 80 to 100 rupees. Now as a result of this, what will happen? As a result of this, the number of units of B will fall down to 5 and number of units of A will increase to 10 units. Right? Now what I have done here? What I have done? Can I put it in a very simple statement and say, I have sacrificed, I repeat, I have sacrificed 1 unit of B to get 2 extra units of A. Let me know. I'll repeat it again. I have sacrificed 1 unit of B to get 2 additional units of A. Anybody has a problem with this? Anybody has a problem? Do not by heart calculations. I repeat, do not by heart calculations. So rather than allocating 120, I've reduced it to 100. And because I've reduced it to 100, I will not be able to produce 6, right? I will produce only 5. On the other hand, I've moved the resources to A now. As a result of this, I will produce more of A. 2 more units of A, which means I've sacrificed 1 product of B to produce 2 products of A. This sacrifice I'm talking about, understand this, the sacrifice that I'm talking about is called as opportunity cost. Simple. The sacrifice that I'm talking about is called as opportunity cost. Meaning what? Because we do not have sufficient resources, right? Because we do not have sufficient resources, we will have to reduce the allocation of resources from one side, allocate more to the other side. That is a difficult choice I'm making. I hope you understand. It's a difficult choice. So what I'll do, I will reduce the allocation of resources to one side and I will increase the allocation, right, to another side. Now, because I've reduced the allocation to one side, I will have to sacrifice the production of 1 unit to get 2 additional unit on, right, the other side. So the sacrifice that I've done, it is called opportunity cost. Again, calculation. My dear, why don't you understand my statement? Do not by heart calculation. I am saying do not by heart and you are asking show calculation. And what is the logic? Why? Why is the calculation required? Why are you running behind calculation so much? I don't understand your idea itself. I'll give you one more example. Right? Imagine you have 100 rupees. Imagine you have 100 rupees. Right? You have 2 options now. You have 2 options. Option 1, you can take the 100 rupees, keep it in bank. And when you keep it in the bank, of course, you will get interest on it. All of you will agree? You are keeping 100 rupees in the bank, you will get 6% rate of interest. And another option that you have is, you want to start one business. Now have a look at this. Imagine you start a business. Imagine you decided to use the 100 rupee to start a business. Now, is it okay if I say, right? I'll repeat it. Is it okay if I say, if you invest 100 rupee and start a business, you will have to sacrifice the interest of 6 rupees? Let me know. I'll repeat it again. You have 100 rupees. You can either keep deposit in a bank or start a business. Now you decided to start a business, which means, right, you will not be earning the interest of 6 rupee. Yes or no? I hope you understand now, right? Because you have to decide. It's a choice. It's a choice that you have, right? You decided to start a business. So after 1 year, you have not earned anything on the business side, which means if you had taken the same 100, kept it in the bank, you would have earned 6 rupees now, but you have not done it. So you have sacrificed the 6 rupees interest, right? This sacrifice is again nothing but opportunity cost. Is it okay? The sacrifice is nothing but opportunity cost, right? So I'll repeat it again. The resources, I'll go back to previous slide. The resources that you have are limited. With those resources, you will not be able to produce all the goods and services. You will not be able to purchase all the goods and services. Always you will have to sacrifice one side to get a benefit on some other side. You will have to sacrifice. Right? Now, whenever you sacrifice, you will forego or you will basically lose certain potential benefit. So the potential benefit that you have foregone means lost, right? The potential benefit that you have foregone because you have made a choice, that is called as an opportunity cost, right? So have a look at this. In this example, you had 100, you invested in the business, you did not earn anything. So what is your opportunity cost here? You have foregone an opportunity cost of 6 rupees. You have lost an opportunity of earning 6 rupees. Okay, that is basically the idea of opportunity cost. Now, some of you will basically say, sir, what if I invest in the business? I earn 8 rupees after 1 year. Right? Possible. Again, I'm not saying it's not possible. In first example that I said, you did not earn anything. You earned 0. But can there be other situation where you will earn 8 rupees? Of course, yes. Now let me continue with the same example. You invested in the business, you earned 8 rupees. You earned 8 rupees. And the other option, you could have earned only 6 rupees. Now, can I come to a conclusion? By sacrificing the option of keeping a fixed deposit, by sacrificing that option and choosing to invest in a business, you have made extra earnings. Is it okay? You have made extra money, right? The extra benefit you have earned. Because now the argument will be what? You had two options. You had two options. One option, keep it in a bank, earn 6 rupee. Another bank, right, invest in a business. You chose to keep bank deposit, which means you will earn 6 rupees after 1 year. But you also have lost an option to earn 8 rupee. You have sacrificed an option where you could have earned 8 rupee, which is nothing but a loss for you again. I hope you understand this. So logic is simple here, right, sir? Why do we do all of it? Why all of this circus? Because resources are limited. Start from there, right? Start from there. Resources are limited. And because the resources are limited, right? Because the resources are limited, you cannot achieve everything. You cannot produce all that you want. You cannot purchase all that you want. So whenever you make choice, that is, you forego the next best alternative. I'll repeat the technical term here. When you forego the next best alternative, right? What was the option here? You had two choices. Imagine you decided to keep a bank deposit the second option becomes your next best alternative. And if you choose to start a business, your bank deposit becomes next best alternative. There are two options. You will choose one of them. The other one will become next best alternative. So whenever you have limited resources, you will have to make choices. And the potential benefit or the cost that you will incur because you have foregone, because you have ignored the next best alternative, that is called as an opportunity cost. Now the opportunity cost can be positive as well as negative. Right? I'm going to the next point now. Opportunity cost can be negative or positive. Sir, will there be zero opportunity cost? I'll come to that later. Have patience. Now what I've written here, that forget about 8 rupees, focus on what is there in the slide. Forget about 8 rupees, focus on the what is there already in the slide. Option 1, 100 rupee in FD, you will get 6%. Option 2, you will start a business, after one year, nothing. You will not earn anything. Now imagine you have chosen option 1. Right? You have chosen option 1. So the next best alternative is what? Option 2. You have not invested in the business. So what is the opportunity cost now? If you do not earn anything after 1 year, 0 rupees, you have invested in the bank, you will earn 6 rupees. So a person has earned 6 rupees. If you had chosen option 2, your returns would be 0. But did you choose it? No. You went with option 1. As a result of this, you have earned 6 rupees. So your opportunity cost is earning of 6 rupees. Opportunity cost is positive. Right? Opportunity cost is positive. Now, rather than choosing option 1, imagine you have chosen option 2. Imagine you have chosen option 2. And understand this, you started a business, you did not earn anything, no profit, 0 rupees profit. Now, if you had chosen option 1, you would have earned 6, but because you have gone with option 2, you have earned 0 rupees. So the cost of the next best alternative, that is the bank deposit, is you have lost an opportunity to earn 6 rupees. So the opportunity cost here will be 6, but it will be negative. That is, you have lost an opportunity to earn 6 rupees. Right? Any difficulty here? Right? Have a look at this. Any difficulty? Sir, what if the company earns profit? I took that example, my dear, already. Imagine you earned 8 rupees. Imagine you earned 8 rupees. So in the first option, you would have earned 6. But now you have earned 8 rupees. Don't you think your opportunity cost is positive? I hope you understand. Right? You're confusing it because you're not following the discussion. Follow the discussion. You have this 200. You keep in the bank. You will get how much? 6%, 12 rupee. Point is clear? At least, is this clear? You have 200. You will keep it in the bank, 6%. So how much is your interest? 12. But rather than keeping this 200 rupees in the bank, rather than keeping this 200 in the bank, you will invest in the business. Understand my statement. Rather than keeping this in the bank, you will start a business. After 1 year, you will not earn any profit. Now tell me, because you have chosen to invest in the business, have you not lost an opportunity to earn 12 rupee? Simple question. Right? I hope you understand this. Simple question. Because you have invested in the business, did you forego an opportunity where you could have earned 12 rupee or not? Answer is yes. Sir, what if I earned 10 rupee in the business? Now you will ask me, sir, what if I invested rather than earning 0 rupee, I invested and earned 10 rupee? Same argument. you earned 10. But on the other hand, you could have earned 12 rupee. Did you not lose an opportunity to earn extra 2 rupee? That is opportunity cost. I hope you understand this. So always compare two options. Always compare two options in opportunity cost and not many options. Two, right? The one that you chose and the next best alternative. Right? And there is no formula for this. There is no formula. Right? Some of you are asking, how will I choose, etc., etc. There is no formula. It is entirely left to you. Right? There is a risk element involved. You will decide it. Okay? Now, it is also referred to as alternative cost. Another name for this is economic cost. Right? Another name for this is economic cost. And how do you calculate opportunity cost? Return on option 1 minus return on option 2. Right? So if you earn more by investing in something, if you earn more than the next best alternative, OC is positive. Is it okay? Right? There are two options. You decided to go with one option. You earn more than the next best alternative. OC is positive. If you earn less, it is negative. Basic idea of opportunity cost. Okay. Let's go to the next one. Law of demand. Law of demand. I'll discuss two laws now. Law of demand, law of supply. Both are important. Law of demand, law of supply. Now, point number one. Whenever you discuss law of demand, please understand it is from buyer's viewpoint. It is from buyer's viewpoint or buyer's perspective. That is how much demand is there for what kind of a product, what will you purchase? That is buyers. Whenever you talk about law of supply, it is from the seller's viewpoint. Remember that, because when you look at the statement, some of you will get confused and get it jumbled up. Let me start. What is law of demand? I'll come back to previous slide. What is law of demand? Law of demand states that if all the other factors remain unchanged, if all the other factors remain unchanged, then higher the price of the good, lower will be the demand, and vice versa. I'll repeat the statement. Right? What is the law of demand? If all the other factors remain unchanged, higher the price of the good, lower will be the demand, and vice versa. Done? This is the statement. Let me explain. Let me explain. Don't worry. Let me explain it. But before that, two very important announcements. I repeat, not related to law of demand. Two very important announcements. One, a feedback form has been sent to all of you regarding the previous morning classes, previous subject. Please fill in the feedback form. And second, for which most of you are waiting for, tomorrow will be no class. Tomorrow will be a holiday for you. There is no class. Any problem with following the two announcements that I have done? Any problem, please do let me know. Right, first one, feedback form has been sent to you. Please fill it. Second one, tomorrow is a holiday. Don't join the class. There will be nobody. The class itself will not be scheduled. Done? Sir, why, sir? Holy. Tomorrow is a holy. Enjoy. But practice safe, holy practices. Okay, let's start. Let's start now. Come back to law of demand. Come back to law of demand. What is law of demand? If all the other factors remain unchanged, if in that case the price of the good goes up, the demand will change, and if the price of the good goes down, demand will change. What is that? Have a look at this. Right? The price of the good goes up, demand will go down, and price of the good will go down, demand will go up. This is basically the law of demand. I'll repeat it. Understand, it's simple. Do not complicate it. Trust me, it's simple. Do not complicate it. if nothing else changes in the economy. I repeat, no other factors means what? If nothing else changes in the economy and price of the product goes up, the demand for the product goes down. And if the price of the product goes down, demand for the product goes up. Or else you can put it in a very simple way, price and demand are inversely related. The price and demand are inversely related. Any difficulty in the statement? Why it will happen? I'll tell you. Why it will happen? I'll explain it. But apart from that, any difficulty in the statement? Price and demand are inversely related. Again, why factors will not change? Why don't you understand what I'm saying? I told you I'll explain it. Why can't you have some patience? Right? So, vice versa. Vice versa means, vice versa means if price goes up, demand goes down. If price goes down, demand goes up. That is vice versa. Now, I'll have to start teaching English. Right? Basically, I'll have to stop teaching economics, start teaching English then. Have you not heard of vice versa in, right, let's say in high school or even in college? Now, come to this. Come to this slide. Whenever you purchase goods in the market, goods or services, doesn't matter. Whenever you purchase goods and services, there are certain factors which will have an impact on how much will you purchase, what will you purchase. For example, what is your income? Right? I'll keep on asking questions. Let me know. What is your income? Will it have an impact on what you purchase in the market or not? How much you purchase in the market, will it be affected by your income or not? That it should be yes, by the way. And it's a very common sense question. So why? Why my income should affect? My dear, if your income is 10,000, will you go and purchase Lamborghini car? I hope you understand this. Right? So, income of the consumer. Second, taste and preference of the consumer. Taste and preference, right? What do you mean by taste and preference? What kind of goods you like, right? For example, if you like, let's say, fast foods, if your taste and preference is in fast foods, you're basically a shaukin of it. You love consuming fast foods. Tell me, will you demand and purchase more and more of the fast foods or not? If you basically love using technology, don't you think any kind of a new phone which offers you technology, you would want to purchase it? Any new kind of a technology is introduced in the market, you'll be purchasing it. Right? So taste and preference, income of the consumer, price of the product. Right? Third one, in fact, this is the most important. Price of the product. Right? Don't you think the price of this bottle will influence how much is the demand for the bottle? I hope you understand this. Price of this bottle will influence how much is the demand for this bottle. Right? So obviously, price of the commodity will also have an impact. And finally, a technical one, price of the related goods. Price of the related goods. Now, let me explain this. The remaining three are self-explanatory. How much is your income? How much is the price of the product? What is your liking? What is your preference? But the fourth one, slightly technical. Let me explain this. Price of the related goods. Don't worry, we'll come back to this slide. Don't have a heart attack and start writing, sir, you're skipping slides, etc., etc. Okay. Right, so have a look at this. Income affects the demand. Don't you think your income will have an impact on the demand? Simple question. Don't you think how much is your income will have an impact on the demand for goods and services in the market? That is self-explanatory. If you start earning more and more, will you not demand for more and more goods and services in the market? Arey Baba, that's self-explanatory. You should not be asking that question. Will my income have an impact on the demand for goods and services? Of course, yes. Of course, yes. Okay. Now, come to this. I was using a term, related goods. I was about to start the discussion on this. Related goods. Now, what do you mean by related goods? Simple. The demand for the goods is related. I'll explain it. I'm giving you the definition now. The demand for these goods is related, right? And because the demand for the goods is related, these are collectively referred to as related goods. I'll give you an example. Let me know. Car and petrol. Is the demand for both of the goods related or not? I'll give you examples one after the other. Don't worry. Car and petrol. Don't you think the demand for both of the goods is related? Right? Of course, yes. I'll give you one more example. Mobile phones and chargers. Mobile phones and chargers. Of course, yes. Right? Both of them, right? Demand is there. I've given you examples here. I'll come back to this. Right? Let's start with the bottom part. Ink and printer. Right? Don't you think both of them are related again? Ink and printer. Of course, yes. Right? Most of your writing examples, don't worry. If you have understood, that's very good. I'm happy, by the way. Right? When you write these examples which are not there in the slide, I'm happy because you already have understood the meaning of it. So this is one set. Let me give you one more set. Tea and coffee. This is where many of you will start getting confused. Tea and coffee. Now some of you will ask, sir, how? How the demand is related? Let me ask you a very simple question. If the price of the tea goes up, don't you think some of the people will reduce their consumption of tea? How much tea they are purchasing, they will reduce. But what they will do now? They will basically reduce their consumption of tea and start purchasing more and more coffee. Right? Let me know if you disagree with me. And by the way, this is a fact. I'm not making a story here, it's a fact. Right? So if the price of the tea goes up, right, you will not pay more money now for tea. What will you do? Rather, you will start purchasing more and more coffee. Now, is it okay if I say the demand for the tea is going down and demand for coffee is going up? I hope you understand. Demand for tea is going down, and because of this, the demand for coffee is going up. Understand the linkage here. Demand for tea is going down. As a result of this, demand for coffee is going up. People are shifting from tea to coffee. Is it okay? Right? This is a related good. What about cold drinks? Pepsi, Coca-Cola. Simple. Pepsi, Coca-Cola. If the price of the Coca-Cola goes up, don't you think many people will jump from Coca-Cola to Pepsi? I hope you understand. Right? People will jump from Coca-Cola to Pepsi, exactly like tea and coffee. Right? Cars, imagine 5 cars are there. Price of 2 cars goes up. Rather than purchasing these 2 cars, many people will shift to other cars because people are very much price conscious. Is the logic okay here? Because the prices will have a huge impact on the people's behavior. People are very much price conscious. And no, just think of yourself itself. Just apply to yourself. Are you not price conscious? Right? How many of you have gone to a shop and looked at an economy book, turned the book, and you will realize price is 700. You will throw it. 700. I will download ebook. Right? I'll get a photocopy of it. Why? Why are you doing it? You are doing it because you are price conscious. And Indians are very much famous at it. I hope you understand. Indians are very, very, very much famous for being price thrifty, price conscious. So understand the logic here. Whenever the demand for set of goods, this is not one good, set of goods, right? Whenever there is a demand for set of goods is connected, these are called as related goods. These are called as related goods. Now the related goods are divided into 2 types, substitute and complementary. Right? Substitute and complementary. Now, what is the idea of a substitute good? I've explained it. Have a look at it. Have a look at it now. Substitute goods are those set of goods which are consumed individually. No combination, individually. For example, either you will drink tea or coffee. Right? Either you will drink tea or coffee. I know some of you will simply say, no, sir. I take 1 cup tea, 1 cup coffee, mix it. Right? Because I like it. But that is not a norm. That is not normal. Again, it doesn't also mean that you are abnormal. Absolutely no. That is your preference, by the way. Right? Is it okay? Either you will drink tea or coffee individually, not in combination. Right? This is substitute goods. And what happens in a substitute good? If price of one good goes up, understand this carefully. Price of one good goes up, demand for the substitute increases. Is my statement okay? Let me know now. Once you have understood, that's it. It becomes very easy for you. In substitute, you will not consume in combination. You will consume individually. Point 1. Point 2, if price of one good goes up, the demand for the substitute also goes up. These are substitute goods. What about complementary goods? These are not consumed individually. These are consumed in combination. These are consumed in combination. Ink and printer combination. Right? Petrol, diesel or car, and car, not or car, petrol or diesel and car combination. Petrol plus car, diesel plus car, electricity plus car, anything. Right? These are always consumed in combination. Now, what is the importance of it? Simple question to you people. Imagine the price of the petrol goes up from 100 rupees to 200. Simple. Imagine the price of petrol goes up from 100 rupees to 200. Now, don't you think demand for certain type of cars will go down? Is it okay? I hope you understand this. If the price of the petrol, right, goes up from 100 to 200, right, don't you think the demand for the cars will automatically change? Of course, yes. Right, and let's say if the demand for the car goes up, people will purchase a lot of cars. Now tell me what will happen to demand for petrol? The demand for petrol automatically will go up. Right, so understand this, these are consumed in combination. These are always consumed in combination. Right, and whenever you are talking about the combination like this, if price of one changes, the demand for the other will automatically change. Price of one changes, demand will also automatically change. In this example, if price of if price of car, or let's say the demand for the car goes up, the demand for the petrol will always or will also keep on increasing. So demand is affected by change in the prices. Any difficulty? Any difficulty? Please do let me know. Right, so substitute goods, right, these are set of goods consumed, right, individually, and at complementary goods, these are, right, a set of goods which are consumed in combination, always in combination. Right, that is basically the idea of a substitute goods. And price and let's say the demand. What is a combination? Combination is very simple. In case of substitutes, price of one good goes up, demand for another good goes up. Price of one good goes up, demand for another good, substitute good goes up. Right, so directly proportional. Directly proportional. Whereas in case of complementary goods, inversely proportional. Inversely, that is, the price of the petrol goes up, the demand for the cars automatically will go down. Price of the printer goes up, demand for, right, let's say the ink will also automatically go down. Okay, so complementary goods and substitute goods. Now, why this is relevant? Why is it relevant to what we are discussing now? Simple question. Let me ask you, if the price of, right, price of the related goods, take substitute now. Right, example, substitute. If price of the related good, that is the price of the substitute goes up, what do you think will happen to the demand for this good? I hope you understand this. If the price of the substitute goes up, and what do you think will happen to the demand for the substitute? Demand for the substitute will go down. What will happen? People will start switching from one product to its a substitute. Best example, tea and coffee. Apply tea and coffee here. Apply tea and coffee. I'm taking substitutes. I hope you understand. I'm taking an example of a substitute. If price of the tea goes up, what will happen to demand for coffee? Demand for coffee goes up. Right? That is what I'm trying to tell you. Right? So if the price of the related good changes, automatically the demand for its substitute will also change. Right? Can we apply the same thing for let's say complementary good? If the price of printer goes up, obviously demand for printer will go down. And when the demand for printer will go down, right, why will people consume more and more ink then? Right? Demand for ink will also go down. Okay. Right, so that is the basic idea of a price of related goods. Any difficulty in any one of the four? Let me know. Any difficulty in any one of the four? Price of the product, price of the related goods, income of the consumer, and taste and preferences. Now, price of coffee of one brand increases, then why we buy of others brand? It is substitute good. You are looking at two brands. You are substituting one product with another product. I hope you understand this. You're substituting, let's say, I'll give a very simple example. Don't write all of this in exam. Nestle is the product that you're purchasing. Nestle. Price of this product goes up. What will you do? You will substitute Nestle product with another product. Again, the argument is simple. These are again substitutes only. I hope you understand. All of these are nothing but substitutes only. Okay. Now, this is basically the concept of related goods. Now, come to the law of demand. When I say all the other factors remain unchanged, what do I mean by that? Now, I'm explaining focus. When you say all the other factors remain unchanged, what do you mean by this? Let me write it here. I'll write number 1, number 2, number 3, and number 4. I'm simply saying 2 does not change, 3 does not change, 4 does not change. Simple. All the other factors in the market remain unchanged. Your income doesn't change. Your taste and preference doesn't change. Price of the related goods does not change. And only the price of the product changes. Is the logic okay now? Is the logic okay? If all the factors remain unchanged, then higher the price of the product, lower will be the demand, and lower is the price of the product, higher will be the demand. Price and demand are inversely related. Is it observed in all the cases? Absolutely no. There are exceptions. I'll come to that later. Have patience. There are exceptions. We'll understand those also later. There's a good called as a Veblen good. Doesn't follow this. There's a good called as a Giffen good. Doesn't follow it. What about agriculture commodities? They do not follow this. I will come to exceptions later. Have patience. So this is law of a demand. How do I represent law of demand? In a graph, whenever you want to represent either law of demand or law of supply, please remember that along the x-axis, I'll represent quantity, 100, 200, 300 units. Along the y-axis, I'll represent pricing. I will represent the price of the product. So whenever you want to represent a law of a demand, the law of a demand is a downward line like this, a line which is moving downwards like this. This is the representation of law of demand. Now, before I go forward, I will tell you one point. Just remember this. UPSC will not ask you this, but I need it. I need it to explain one more concept. Just remember this. Please go back to your high school. I hope you remember how the lines are drawn. Please go back to your high school, right? That is specifically mathematics classes, coordinate geometry. How the line is drawn, all of you remember? All of you remember? That is basically you will take coordinates of x-axis, you will take the coordinate of y-axis, plot them, connect the dot. Yes or no? Right? Basically plotting of a graph. Right? Very nicely a graph, right, would be given to you, green color or red color page. Right? There will be lines like this. Again, within this 10 more lines will be there. So how do you plot a graph? Simple. You get what are the numbers in the x-axis, x coordinates, and what are the numbers along the y-axis, coordinates of y. Now you will basically find the point in the graph, right? Dot them first and then connect the dot. That is generally how you get a curve or a graph. Is the logic okay here? Is the logic okay? Which means this demand curve, this is, by the way, demand curve line, right? Demand curve line or demand line. And before I go forward, I hope you understand this. Before I go forward, sir, is it always straight line? Not necessary. I hope you understand. Right? Many of the books, right, once you keep on or once you start looking at these particular curves here and there, for many of the curves, demand curves is given like this. It's not a straight line. It's given like this. It's actually a curvature. But again, UPSC will not ask you all of this. Please don't waste your time. All I'm trying to tell you is simply this. Can I look at this particular demand curve and say that there are multiple points which have been connected like this? The demand curve is nothing but multiple points which have been connected. If you go back to high school, multiple points have been plotted and these have been connected, and this is the demand curve. Any difficulty in understanding this? Any difficulty? If you can't understand that demand curve is nothing but different points connected, that simply means even in high school you have by-hearted how to draw a curve. Why is it required? Just give me some time, you will only understand it. You will only understand why is it required. Now, don't worry, we'll come back to this. Next point, why does the demand curve always slope like this? That is why, please explain the curve. My dear, that's what I said, right? Okay. So let's say that's a reason, right? Please understand all of this. UPSC will not ask you all of this. I needed that the points are there. That's the only reason I told you. At the price 20 rupees, the demand is 180. Price is 30, demand is 160. Now don't ask me, sir, why is the demand going down? It simply means you did not even listen to last 15 minutes. Price is 40, demand is 140. Price is 50, demand is 120. Now, can you take these points and draw a line? Can you take all of these points, draw a line? It's a simple concept, right? Have a look at this, right? In case of price, right, basically plot them 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 like this, and quantity plot them. Can you draw a graph now? Is it okay? I don't need to draw a graph. You also don't need to draw a graph in exam. Is it okay? This is how the line is drawn. Okay, now let's go ahead. Let's go ahead. Sir, how complementary goods inversely proportional? If cars demand goes up, then petrol demand also goes up. My dear, price and demand. Price and demand. What are you looking at? What are you looking at? Connect price and demand. Right? That is the concept in the complementary good. You are comparing demand and demand. Price and demand. Price and demand. Okay? Now, let's start. Why does the law of demand behave like this? Right? Why is that this kind of a behavior is observed? Let's start point one. Whenever the price of the good changes, how much you will be able to purchase, that is a quantity that you are able to purchase, will also change. Simple. I hope you understand. I hope you understand this. Whenever the price of the good changes, with the same amount of money, how much you will be able to purchase, the quantity will change. That is, purchasing power will change. Let me give a very simple example here. Have a look at this. Imagine you have 100 rupees. Price of a product in the market right now is 20 rupees. Price. price of the product is 20 rupees. So at 100 rupees, what is the quantity you will be able to purchase? Quantity will be 5 units or 5 kgs. Simple CSAT calculation. Now, if the price of the product goes up from 20 rupees to 25 rupees, price of the product goes up from 20 to 25, how much quantity now you will be able to purchase? Lesser, right? So, is it okay? Price has gone up, demand has gone down. That is the inverse proportion that I'm talking about, or inverse relation that I'm talking about. And what if the price was 25? Will go down to 20. The quantity that you can purchase will automatically go up. So that is basically the inverse proportion. Is the first argument okay with all of you? Purchasing power will change and the quantity demand will also change. Point number two. Point number two, people will start substituting. Simple. Why does the demand go down? People will start substituting. Now, it should not be very difficult for you to understand substitution. If the price of the tea goes up, people will obviously substitute tea with coffee. If Nestle coffee price goes up, people will substitute Nestle with someone else, that is, let's say, brew coffee. So that is basically the idea. I hope you understand. That is basically the idea. Okay, so this is the second reason why generally the price and the demand are inversely related. Okay, right? So this is the law of demand. Any difficulty in the law of demand? Sir, increase the pace of the class. No, let's not increase the pace of the class. This is first class, and many of the students are not from economics background. Right? Some people will understand it quickly at once. Some people will take some time. Right? It's always the benefit of every good. Everybody. Let's take everyone. Okay. Next one is a law of supply. Next one is law of supply. Right? What does law of supply simply state? Right? What does it mean? Simply, it refers to all the factors remaining. Right? All the factors remaining equal, that is unchanged. The price of the good or a service, right, if it changes, the quantity of goods or services supplied will also change. I hope you understand. Right? I hope you understand this. It is on the supply side, not demand side, supply side. If the price of the price of the product, price of the good again or service goes up, the supply will also move in the same direction. That is, the supply will also go up. Right? So if the price of the product goes down, the supply will also go down. Now, why? Right? Have a look at this. Why? Have a look at this. The argument is simple here. In case of the law of supply, imagine you're a manufacturer. That's where you need to understand. You're a manufacturer. You're a supplier now. You're supplying this bottle. How many bottles you supply is affected by various factors. There's a term called a subsidy. Don't worry, I'll come to that later. Please have patience. Right? How much of the bottles you will supply, there are many factors which will influence this supply. What I'm saying is, nothing will change. No factor will change except the price of the bottle. Until now, you are selling the bottle at 100. Now, the price of the bottle goes up to 105. Now, tell me, if the labor cost doesn't change, if raw material cost does not change, if the taxes that the government is imposing doesn't change, nothing changes. But you are able to sell in the market at 105 rupees. Is it not meaning that you are able to earn more profits? Does it not imply that you are able to earn more and more profits in the economy now? Now, if you are earning more and more profits, what will you do with the supply? Tell me. If you're going to earn more and more profits, what do you think will happen to your supply? Will you increase your supply or decrease the supply in the market? Right? You will basically increase the supply in the market. That is exactly what does the law of supply state. That is exactly what does the law of supply is giving you here. Law of supply states that if nothing else changes in the market, taxes don't change, labor cost does not change, raw material cost does not change, price of substitutes also does not change, nothing changes. Only is that the price at which you are selling, the price has gone up. As a result of this, what you will do now, in order to earn more and more profits, you will increase the supply. You will basically increase the supply. That is law of supply. How do I represent the law of supply? Right, the upward curve. I can use a technical term here. This is called as an upward sloping curve. I repeat, this is referred to as an upward sloping curve. The law of demand, the curve was downward sloping curve, and this is called as an upward sloping curve. Right? Any problem with the law of demand and law of supply, please do let me know now. Any difficulty? Right? The law of demand, buyer's side. Law of supply, seller side. Law of supply says nothing else changes. Price goes up, supply goes up. Price goes down, right? Supply goes down. Law of supply, that's what I'm explaining here. Understand this. If no other factor in the market, that is raw material cost, what were all the factors affecting supply? That's what I'm telling you now. Law of, the cost of labor, cost of technology, the taxes imposed by the government, subsidies given by the government, the price of the related goods, nothing will change. All of them will remain same. But rather than selling at 100 rupees, now you are able to sell it at 105 rupees. What does it mean? It simply means you are able to earn more profits. You are able to get more profits when you sell the product in the market. So what will you do? You will supply more and more in the market. That is law of supply. So if no other factors will change, price of the product goes up, supply is also going up. That is law of supply. Any difficulty? Okay. Now, does the law of supply and demand apply always? Is it universally applicable? Can you observe it every time? Of course, no. There are exceptions. There are certain exceptions. One, right, availability of substitutes. Right, availability of substitutes. Now, simple question to you. If the substitutes are very easily available means what? Imagine you went to a hotel, you went to a restaurant, you looked at the board, tea is 10 rupee, coffee is 9 rupee. Simple. You went to a restaurant, tea is 10 rupee, coffee is 9 rupee. Don't you think substitute is very easily available? I hope you understand this. I'll repeat it again. Right, sir, what is exception? My dear, exception to law of demand and supply. Focus on the discussion. Focus. You went to a restaurant, you see the board, tea is 10 rupee, coffee is 9 rupee. Don't you think a substitute for tea is already easily available? So what will you do? You will substitute tea very easily with coffee because it is available there itself. Right? So whenever the substitutes are very easily available, people will immediately substitute the products. But what if the substitutes are not available? Point one. What if substitutes are not available? And the second, within that only, substitutes are available but slightly difficult to get them. Sir, what do you mean by that? Tea is there, coffee is there. The hotel owner says coffee cost is 9 rupee, but we are preparing coffee, you will have to wait for 20 minutes. You will wait for 20 minutes, I will give you. Right? Don't you think the substitute is available, but right now difficulty is getting it at the same point of time. So whenever substitutes are very easily available, you will substitute. But if the substitutes are not available, then there is no question, price is high, you will consume it. And if the substitutes are available but very difficult to get them, then again the problem will be there, you will continue to consume. Second one, good is essential or non-essential. What do you mean by essential here? Simple. Do you require to consume them to remain alive? I hope you understand this. Do you require to eat them or consume them to remain alive? Such a good is called essential good. So what are the goods, what are the services that are required to remain alive? These are generally referred to as essential good. For example, food grains. For example, food grains. Don't you think food grains are essential? Anybody who is here who says, sir, food grains are, no, not essential. These are very, very luxury products, non-essential products. Anybody here? These are essential. Now tell me, price of the essential food grain goes up. Price of the essential food grain goes up. Will you suddenly reduce the demand? Will you suddenly reduce the demand? Of course no. I'll give you one example here. Remember that. Salt. Very peculiar product. Very peculiar product. Salt. Now, how many of you think price of the salt changes, the demand for the salt changes? Just apply what you have observed in the home. Don't become economist here, just become a common man. Price of the salt changes, demand for salt also changes. Anybody here who says, yes sir, that is correct? No. For case of salt, and that is the reason I said it's a peculiar product. In case of salt, it has been seen that price changes, demand almost all the times remain same. Even if there is a change, very, very, very negligible change. Very negligible change. Can I give you one more example? Petrol. Petrol. Right? How many of you think price of the petrol changes or demand will change? Don't say, sir, I will change. Right? You might simply say, sir, I will change. But you are micro. Look at macro here. I hope you understand. You are micro. Look at macro. That is basically the kind of a demand that is there for petrol doesn't change. It remains always high. Right? That's a reason. Please understand this. Good is whether essential or non-essential. That will also have an impact on what is the demand if the price changes. Impact on the budget. What do you mean by budget? Expenditure. Simple. Impact on the budget is nothing but expenditure. I'll give a very simple example. Just think of it. Just think of it. Whenever the price of onion or onion, whenever the price of onion will change, do you think immediately in the houses they will reduce the consumption? I hope you understand this. Right? Whenever the price of onion changes, immediately people will not shift. Immediately people will not reduce. Why? Generally what happens is, in a house, they will wait. Wait in the sense what? This month, let's say, price of onion has gone up, let's say by 2 rupees per kg. But it might happen that somewhere I'll be able to save money. Is it okay? Right? Most of you do this. Most of you do this without realizing it. And most of the times what happens is price changes. Suddenly will not change the demand. Right? You will wait for some time. Understand what is the impact of this price rise on your consumption, on your expenditure. Then you will change the demand. All of you will agree? Right? All of you will agree. If you don't agree with me, then you do not know how even the houses actually function. Right? Especially middle class houses, middle class income houses. Goods which have shorter shelf life. Goods which have shorter shelf life. What do you mean by shelf life? Expiry date. Simple. Shelf life is nothing but expiry date. Let me give a very simple example. How many of you think vegetables, we can keep it for very, very longer duration? So longer duration means what? Let's say rice. Let's say rice. Don't you think vegetables compared to rice will perish very, very fast? Perish means become useless. Right? So fruits. vegetables, milk, etc., etc., etc. Now follow this carefully. What does the law of supply state? If the price goes down, the supply should also go down. All of you will agree. What does the law of supply state? If the price goes down, supply also goes down. And please connect it to current affairs. Connect it to current affairs. Now, can you apply that in the context of onion? Think of it. Can you apply that in the context of onion? Can you apply it, right, let's say for green leafy vegetables? Green leafy vegetables. How many of you here think that when the prices of onion in the market will go down, supply will go down? How many of you think that? If you say yes, then it simply means you don't even know what is happening in India. Forget about rest of world. You do not even know what is happening in India. Why I'm talking about it so much? How many of you heard of onion prices crashing very, very recently? Current affairs. This is where I expect you to read newspapers. Onion prices fell down very recently. Why? Right, in Lasalgaon market. Lasalgaon is a wholesale market. One of the biggest wholesale market in India. I'm sorry, in Asia. In the wholesale market, the price of onion fell down to 2 rupees per kg. 2 rupees per kg at one point of time. Now, some of you will simply imagine I'm a farmer. I've looked at it. Price has gone down. Will I stop my supply of onion? If I stop, what will happen to onion? Can onion be stored for 1 year? Can you store onion for 1 year? Can you store onion for 5 years? Not possible. So can you apply the law of supply to these kind of products which are perishable in nature, which have a very, very short shelf life? If you apply it, then you're basically not going to earn even that 2 rupee. So that's the reason. Have a look at this. Have a look at this. Law of demand is there, law of supply is there, but you cannot always apply them. There are certain exceptions to both of law of supply and demand. Next, rare articles such as paintings, coins, etc. You tell me, if every one of us, right, starts painting Mona Lisa, we become wonderful painters. We'll start painting Mona Lisa and start supplying it in the market. What will happen to the price of Mona Lisa? Right, very rare coins, very, very rare coins. More rare they are, prices will be so high. I hope you understand this. Right, the reason is very simple here. Very simple. Paintings and coins, these are not produced in mass. And when I say coins, not the RBI coins. Don't apply to RBI coins. What if you're basically, right, you come across, let's say, coins which were minted during Vijayanagara period, right, or let's say Mughal period. Don't you think those, right, whatever is law of demand, law of supply, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, right? The prices of these commodities will always be very, very high. I hope you understand this. And finally, future expectations. Very, very peculiar feature. Let me explain this. Future expectations. Right? What do you mean by future expectations here? Your perception, your estimate of how the prices will move in the future. Simple. What is the future expectation here? How do you understand, or how do you, right, basically take the market information? What do you, right, basically derive out of it? Right? For example, let me ask you a very simple question. In the last 2 months, right, continuously price of onion has increased. Right? Understand this carefully. For the last 2 months, constantly, the price of onion has increased. You go to the market. Now, don't you think you will also calculate in your mind? Today, the price of onion is 80 rupees. After 1 week, the price could be 100 rupees. I hope you understand. Today, the price is 80. After 1 week, price could be 100 also. So, will you purchase only 1 kg of onion? If you require 1 kg a week, will you purchase only 1 kg? No, you will rather purchase 2 kgs, 3 kgs, 4 kgs. Why? You expect that in the future the prices would go up. Can it happen on the other side? Can it happen on the flip side? Of course, yes. You want to purchase a car. I hope you understand this. You want to purchase a car. In the last 2 months, the price of car has fallen by, let's say, 20% for all the cars. Now, don't you think again you will have the same calculation? In the last 2 months, a 20% fall. If I wait for 1 more month, it could fall down by another 10%. It could fall down by another 5%. It will become much more cheaper. So when you realize or when you calculate like this, will you not postpone your consumption? I hope you understand. Will you not postpone the consumption? So argument is simple. Because of certain market analysis, consumers will either prepone the consumption, purchase more today, or purchase later. Right? Don't you think the law of demand or law of supply is not applicable to this argument? Right? So this is basically the idea of exceptions to law of demand as well as law of supply. Again, are there any more exception? Of course, yes. There is a good called as Veblen good. There is a good called as Veblen good. It is an exception. There is a good called as Giffen good, which we'll discuss in the next class. Don't worry. Giffen and Veblen goods again are exceptions. We'll discuss that. Please don't worry. So far, so good. So far, so good. Any doubts? Now, let me go to the next point. Market equilibrium. The idea of market equilibrium. Last concept for the day, then I'll stop. What is this market equilibrium? Until now, law of demand, law of supply has been discussed separately. We discussed law of demand separately, law of supply separately. But in the market, it is not separate. Both, that is law of demand and law of supply, are simultaneously applicable. Is it okay? Right, I hope you understand this. Law of demand, law of supply, we have discussed it separately. But in the market, it's not like that. Demand is there, supply is there. Both the laws are simultaneously applicable. And that's the reason, please have a look at the graph that I've given here. Have a look at the graph. Right, this graph represents a situation wherein law of demand and law of supply both are applicable. And is it okay? Is it okay when I say that one of the line is going down, one of the line is going up? Right, law of demand is sloping downwards, law of supply is sloping upwards. Now, simple question to you. Go back to your high school. I hope you remember the teacher telling you like this. If two lines are moving in different angles, I hope you understand this. If two lines are moving in different angles like this, at one or the other point of time, they will have to cut each other. They will have to intersect each other. Right? Logic is simple. Right? So this point of intersection, focus now. This point of intersection is called as market equilibrium. The point of intersection is referred to as equilibrium point or market equilibrium. What does it represent? What does this represent? The equilibrium point represents stability in the market. I repeat, the equilibrium point represents a situation in the market where whatever is the demand for the goods, same is being supplied. Simple idea. What is the equilibrium point here? Let's say if the demand for the goods is 100 units, the supply of the goods is again same, 100 units. So in a market where the quantity supplied is equal to quantity demanded, it is called as a market equilibrium price. Market equilibrium point. And let's say the price for the product is 20 rupees. Right? If the price of the product is 20 rupees, then this price is called as equilibrium price. This is referred to as equilibrium price. There is one more name for this. It is also referred to as clearing price. It is also referred to as clearing price. Why it is called as a clearing price? If I am supplying 100 units, you will purchase all the 100 units. Where are the goods in the market? It is referred to as clearing price. And understand the logic here. Whenever the supply in the market is higher than the demand, please look at the points, you will understand. Whenever the supply in the market, this is a point on supply curve, this is a point on demand curve. Whenever the supply in the market is higher than the demand, this is called as a surplus situation. This is referred to as surplus in the market. Surplus means what? More supply. Imagine the demand is 100, but you are supplying 150. That extra 50 is called as a surplus. A simple question to all of you, answer this. If supply is more, demand is lesser, what will happen to price? Start answering, right? We are almost at the fag end of today's class. If the supply is more, demand is lesser, what will happen to prices? Prices will fall. Prices basically will start falling. Right? That is what the application part says. Because in the law of supply it says, price goes up, supply goes up. Imagine the price is 100, it goes up to 105, you will increase supply. But at the same point of time, if the price goes up to 105, what do you think will happen to demand? Demand goes down. Right? And now the supply is higher, demand is lesser. That is surplus. And now what you have to do? Can you keep on supplying at 105? It is not feasible. Demand is lower, reduce the price. And the same thing on the other side, shortage. Right? The demand is, let's say 200 units, supply is 100 units. I hope you understand this. Right? The supply is 100 units, right? The demand is 200 units. So when the demand is higher than the supply, the prices will have to keep on increasing. This is how the market will actually behave. This is how we will move towards equilibrium point or market pricing, or let's say clearing price. Done? Any difficulty in understanding this? It's a simple idea. Supply becomes higher, market prices should fall down because the demand is lesser. Right? If demand is very high, supply is lesser, right? Obviously, demand is much higher, you will have to increase the price. Done? Any difficulty? Any difficulty? It's against law of supply. No, it's not against law of supply. We are applying the law of supply itself. What is surplus? Supply is higher. Demand is 100 units. Supply in the market is 150. Extra 50 units is a excess supply, surplus supply. So the prices will have to be brought down. Any form of economy, there are differences in the wages based on the nature of work. Then why we discuss income inequality explicitly in capitalism? Income inequality, please understand, it is present in case of capitalism as well as socialism also. But wealth inequality is a manifestation. It is present in capitalism, not present in socialism. Right? Because even in socialism, everybody is not given same salary. Right? That's not logical also. Income inequality is present, but the income inequality, because the private sector ownership is there, will also manifest into wealth inequality in case of socialism. Okay? Explain first exception. What is clearing price? Clearing price simply means whatever goods we are selling at X rupee, you are purchasing all the goods at X rupee. Clearing means no goods are there, everything has been purchased. Okay? Availability of substitutes. If the substitutes are easily available, I repeat, if the substitutes are easily available, the demand for one good will go down much faster. Price of tea goes up, coffee is easily available, demand for tea will automatically go down. Okay? Explain market equilibrium. My dear, now basically you're asking me to explain last 10 minutes. How? Right? What were you doing then? And market equilibrium basically means the quantity which is being supplied is equal to quantity being purchased or demanded. 100 units are supplied, 100 units are purchased. That is a market equilibrium. Can we finally get to know in law of demand and supply, we compare relationship between demand and price? Again, what do you want to know in that? I don't understand. What do you want to know? Third exception, impact on the budget. How much is the impact of price rise on your expenditure? I hope you understand. Right? How much is the impact of price rise on your expenses? If the impact is very large, automatically you will cut the demand. You will reduce the demand. Shift, we'll discuss shift later. I'm here to discuss that. Right? We'll discuss the shift. There is the concept of shift. We'll discuss it next class. Okay, done. Let's stop the discussion today here. Okay, let's stop the discussion here today. That is, tomorrow is a holiday. Again, just a reminder, tomorrow is a holiday. Second, please fill in the feedback form. Please fill in the feedback form. Okay, right, done. Third one, many of you are asking about break. I will give you around 5 to 7 minutes break. Right? Hate me for it, doesn't matter. If you can't handle 3 hours of class here, how will you handle mains paper? 2 papers each day. Think of it. Okay, done. So that's it from my side. We will stop the discussion today here. From next class, we'll start the discussion from the concept of shift and movement along the curve. Okay, so that's it from my side then. Take care. See you next class.